Nice. Looks like the ads are done. Let's see. Do I want to wait a couple more minutes? Because, right now I'm paused on brand new stuff. Got sick yesterday? Oh, no. I hope you get a lot of rest. That sucks. Yeah, it seems like flu season's starting up. That's good. Meds and chicken noodle soup. Yeah, here, I'll give it a couple more minutes till 7. But yeah, I played up to what I thought was the next ending off stream, and I was surprised because in room 6, apparently there's new dialogue that I'd never seen before. So I was like, oh, okay, time to pause it. Ready to end this and then new Monster Hunter? Yeah, Monster Hunter is gonna be a lot of fun. I don't know if I'm gonna count Monster Hunter as next month's game or not, because there's like kind of not really an ending, unless you like are only counting the story, I guess. Reviews look good. Yeah, so it's getting solid 8s and 9s. Alright, here, I can cut in now. So let's get the heck out of here. Yeah, that's fine. Enjoy your dinner. Can see all the yuckiness on it. Oh. Oh, on your window. Aw. Well, it's okay. Daylight savings is gonna be over soon. Resume from the last. Yes. So it's about to get dark. It's 6 again. So yeah, apparently Santa and Ace have a new conversation that I had not seen. Junpei and Ace followed him. You know, speaking of experiments, Santa suddenly stopped. There was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank. That's not square if it's C, it's C-shaped. And filled it with enough water that rats could drown. The tank had 2 exits, A and B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. Exit B, however, is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So what would a rat do if it was to... Oh man. If it were put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose? There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded. Thank you. B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified. Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A. I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment. You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. Aw. These scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation of rats, they took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But even that wasn't the most impressive thing. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in the second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the rats in the initial experiment. These rats were not related to the rats used in the first experiment, and had never even come in contact with them, and yet they all easily found their way to exit A, as though they already knew. What did it mean? Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium? Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him. How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true, and if you got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. Still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out. Not a scientist, but a psycho. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone. Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you. Santa stopped and turned around. Why did they use that tank for the experiment? Huh? Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown? Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh. You know the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that? No, I can't say I do. Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency inspiration? Oh, what's going to emerge in an emergency inspiration? Inspiration? Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need. So in an emergency, your real potential emerges? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge. Where did these conclusions come from? Especially if he's not a scientist. Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching, and his stomach felt strange. What does that mean? Alright, let's head back down. I think... yeah. Wait, is it not this one? Oh, there it is. Aha! Control panel for something. Yeah, he might be getting sick. Okay, so now right here. We throw the coal in. I think this is the room I missed. Oh, okay. So basically June June started to get a fever again. So the three of them were like, okay, you rest, we'll take care of it. And this leads to another area right after this with with a very suspicious room. I'll actually like go through that one pretty slowly. Oh, you remember? Okay, you remember the wheels? Yeah, because there's a room after this where like every single one of them have key cards with their faces and names on them, and I was like, huh, that's suspicious. Okay, so top one silver, right is bronze. Nope. Go this way. Go up to Steez. Do that. I don't remember. I don't know why I don't remember much else. I mean, it's been a while, and we've been through a ton of rooms, so I get it. And thankfully, June's feeling all better. So Santa had a sister, and she inexplicably died, and we're missing one person who died in the experiment that Clover was talking about. I bet it was his sister. And now he wants revenge. Oh wait, is this new dialogue? We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So I had to be like your dad. And that meant that I brought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with a big smile. Look, look. Santa left me a present. Santa got me that doll I really wanted. So glad that he got the letter I wrote. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. Then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. Took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year. Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June looked down, uncomfortable. The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound or didn't care. Santa kept talking. But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted, or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am. Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. He wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions. But... what happened? June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only with an effort. She died. She was killed. 9 years ago. There was nothing Junpei could say. His heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale. All right, let's go. Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Poor Santa. Oh, now we gotta do these puzzles again. can't believe there's cards with all our faces on them. I don't like it one bit. So yeah, that was 1, 2, and 4. 9 is by himself. 3 is by himself. And then June and I are up here. Seven's by the boxes. I think Lotus was here? Yeah. Lotus's was already in there somehow. Oh, this is new? Just then. Oh! What the fuck? Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence. June, are you okay? She did not respond. Junpei spun him back around to face Ace. I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You do the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you. He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June. Are you alright? What happened? Junpei called out to her as he ran. As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help. I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped. Don't give me that. Now's not the time. But it's true. I tripped over a box. Junpei put his palm on her forehead. Her temperature was much the same as it had been last time he checked. She wasn't hot, like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone. I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know? Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up. Still, to fall down like that, I think she's probably still a little messed up. June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed, and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still... Alright, well, let's get out of here as fast as we can so you can get to a hospital. Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep and I'll be fine. She wasn't hot, she was drop dead gorgeous. I would have fallen too. Medicine? Medicine, huh? Well, if we can get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you. Easy. Ace? Why? Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company. Oh. Oh. It all makes sense. Cradle Pharmaceutical is the name, I think. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil. 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 Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soparil before. Santa continued. Soparil. Soparil is an anesthetic that is gaseous at room temperature, similar to nitrous oxide. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. Oh, the fucking gas grenades were made of Soparil. For these reasons, it found widespread acceptance with police and military forces in numerous countries. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room cleaner, and is practical, ethical, and humane. Developed 6 years prior, it was made from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and as it did, so did the stock of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Why do you know all of this? Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple. I heard it from the old man himself. From Ace? When? By the number 4 door at the central stairway. When we were searching for the second classroom. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know? So who escaped last time with the gun? It was Santa, Ace, June, and Lotus, I think? So if Santa and Ace are working together, what does that make Lotus? Are you worried about something? Actually, no, Lotus would never work with them, because they kidnapped your kids. Nothing. As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes. What the hell is he doing? He turned back to June and Santa. June, don't push yourself, alright? Yeah. Santa, could you take care of her? Sure. He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed toward Ace. What are you doing? Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him, his face was pale and covered in sweat. What happened? Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry. Think perhaps because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment. What can't you see well? These pictures. Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan. I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing. Santa, can you take care of her? Oh, I'll take care of her with a gun. He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips are pale and drawn. At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit. Shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically. How could simply looking at cards have tired him out? Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All of the pictures were quite clear and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad? But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable? That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier. Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's, or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Maybe he's got prosopagnosia? Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed. It was reasonable, of course, that he'd feel that way. If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright, or would help that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he kept Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being. Oh well. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes. It was time to solve the puzzle of the 9 boxes. 9 cards with pictures, and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began. Yeah, we already know the solution to that. I think I have to go over here and examine the electric fence. Yeah. Okay, now that we've done that... Actually, wait, is that a thing? That's not a thing. Whoops. Now we do this again. Can't imagine having that condition. Oh, yeah. Steam cleaner stopped working. Oh, no. What the heck? Hopefully you can return it or exchange it. Alright, need to make an 8. What is 9? 9, 8, 17? That would be 8, so 9, 7, and 1. I need to make 1. 8 and 6. 14. Yeah, 8, 6, and 5. Alright, let's make 7. Uh, 7 and 6, 13. Plus 3, right? Yeah. I gotta make a 2. I need 11. So no, I can't make a 2 with what I have. Oh wait, yeah I can. 8, 2, 1. 30-day return policy? Nice. Yeah. It always sucks when you have to like take something back you just bought. But it is better that it messed up now instead of like 1 month away. So that would be devastating. Let's see, make a 6. 8 and 5 is 13. Plus 1. So it should be 6. Wait. That's 6 plus 8. That's 14. Yeah, that's 5. That's not 6. Whoops. Can I make a 3 here? 9 and 6 is 15. That'd be 6. No, but I can do this. So I need a 3 and a 6. I can do 9, 1, and 2 for 3. Then how do I get 6 with what's left over? I would need 15. Oh, okay. I can do that. So 15 would just be 4, 6, and 5. Wait. Yes. Okay. Cleaned it out and I plan to return it tomorrow after the treatment has been done to my water since it would have to sit there for 24 hours anyway. Oh. Wait, they're getting to your water tank tomorrow already? That's good. So that's 5. Okay. All of these have to equal 15, I believe. Which 9 and 5. That's 14. Wait, so that's already 15, isn't it? Oh my god. 13. So that'd be 2. So it'd be 15. I can do that. Wait, no I can't. Could I? Hold on. No, let's choose 11 plus 4, that's 15. 8 plus 4 is 12 plus 3. 5 is 8. 8 plus 7 is 15. I assume it's this. Yeah. 6 and 4 were a diagonal. Danko. It's a lot easier when we know when we know the fucking what's it called? It's not digital root. I forget what it's called, but when they have like 1 through 10 and then 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. The middle one? Yeah, when we have the middle ones. Alright. I feel like I should look this one up again. Yeah. Man. No, I think I fucked up. Yeah. I know like most of this. But here's where I get like kind of stumped. I know one has to be over there. That's not it either. I'm gonna look this one up because I don't remember. Upright, right down. Oh boy. That is probably correct, but I feel like I would like lose my place halfway through. Hold on. I looked it up. This is the cargo hold, right? Yeah. Oh, this is a different solution than what I did. Left, up, up. Right, down. Yeah. You get extra moves. Oh, wait, really? That's pretty cool. Cause yeah, the solution I had the first time was a different one than that. Cause I imagine there's probably got to be a few different ways to solve it. Ten extra moves. Okay. There's a gun in here. Well, it's a good thing we're all gonna just leave this gun right here. Right, guys? A rusty key. Maybe I can use this. That's kind of weird. This is the first key that doesn't have like a symbol on it. Yeah, I guess no matter what you do, Santa will always go to the cargo room, so he'll always be able to get the gun. Because I don't think there's a way you can make it where he doesn't go there. Oh yeah, now we're arguing about who gets to leave and who stays. And that creepy ass coffin. Okay, so Clover is missing. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. She's not here. No, she isn't. Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room. The shower room? That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him. June bit her lip. She knew as Junpei did that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant. Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go. Now that we're almost to the truth, did you want to hear the syringe ending that is exclusive to the iOS version? Yeah, sure. There's a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame. Junpei and June slipped through the door, moving down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room. No luck. Yeah, I don't think she's here. June's voice was faint. She placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green. The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had eaten lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider. Wait here. June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head. As he'd expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body, lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood. There are many ways a man can die, but this... The skull was shattered and the head little more than a pulpy mass of brain, bone, and viscera. The left arm was hideously twisted into a horrific alien shape, the bright white of the ulna shining through the remains of skin and muscle. Huh? Wait. Bright white? Ulna? Bones. The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad, so to save him, they had to cut off his arm. Junpei sees Clover run off, and he goes after her. She then strikes Junpei with a large dose of Soboril. Okay. She thought the person who followed her was the one who killed Snake, so Junpei dies because of that. Aww. That sucks. Of course. Of course! Why hadn't he realized it earlier? Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. But the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm, or at least it had been once. That meant... the corpse... Who is this? Junpei and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when... Seven appeared, breathless and yelling. Junpei, June, where were you guys? He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat. Did something happen? Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air. Clover's dead. I found her in the first class bathroom. What? All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place. Clover. Clover. Why? Why had this happened? He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse. No breath. But she was still warm, and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back, a gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover smile. Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again. He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot. Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom. Are you alright? It was a foolish question, and he knew it. Yeah, I think so. Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder and they walked back to the bedroom. You should get some rest. He lowered June until she was sitting against the bed. She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room: Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there. Who was the first to find the body? Me. Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up. Why'd you come to this room?
To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. Soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey guys, I found her, but it's bad. She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin. Come quick. Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something, 'cause you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask. Seven, there's one more thing I'm worried about.
What's that?
When we finished all the puzzles in this room and got the door open, you stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why'd you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room. Oh! You think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it? Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right. The safe! Behind the door was a closet. Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Besides, I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put that plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it. Nothing happened. It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it. There was one change, however. Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder. Rust. Junpei stared at it for a moment. Had someone opened the safe, dislodging the rust? Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom. It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there. Was there some other clue, perhaps? Anything that might lead him to whoever had stabbed Clover? He took his time and examined the room carefully. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5. Behind that door was the dead body of the 9th man. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case. Quietly, he pushed open the door. The smell hit him like a blow to the face. His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile splattered on the floor. Gross! He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of his intestines had slipped out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had been taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. On the floor next to the broken mass of the man's head lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried, like scabs on the floor. That was when he noticed. It's gone. His bracelet. It's gone. It had been there when Junpei had gone through door 5 before. He was sure of it. Right next to the glasses. But now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone. But why? Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Huh? Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out of him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway. Was I right?
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded. No, nothing. Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The ninth man's bracelet. What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it? Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom. As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips. What was it that you wanted to show me? His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. I found this.
As he spoke, he moved her on Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand. What? She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know. Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important. He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note. The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means... Oh shit. Alright. I'm gonna run ads here. Just so I can think about this. I don't want to mess this up. So yeah, see y'all in 3 minutes. The ads have been defeated. Okay. I want to say that it's the right hand, because Snake's right hand is fake. But that might be wrong. You saw left? You say left? The thing though is, on our left wrists are all of our watches. So would the left hand be the sinister hand if all of us have our watches there? Or maybe that's what makes them sinister. I don't know. Yeah, left-handed people are, at least back in the day, were considered evil. Okay, it's better than my idea. I only think it's the right hand because of Snake, so... I was born a lefty. Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What did the left hand mean? Junpei looked at his own left arm. At the bracelet on his wrist. Did the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet? He examined the bracelet closely. There were 2 protrusions on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone. It sounded funny. What did it mean? Truth gone. Maybe those 2 words. How about reading it out loud? How about switching them? The gone is truth? No. Switching them doesn't make sense. But somehow, right? Reading it backwards. Maybe. Gone in truth. Enog and Hurt. They weren't even words. Junpei doubted they had anything to do with the riddle. It was a good try, though. Truth gone. How about switching them? Gone had truth. It made no more sense than the initial riddle. Less, even. Clearly, switching the words wasn't going to help. Time for a different idea. What else could they mean? What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, meant something that was correct, something that was fact. In other words, something that was right. It would follow, then, that gone meant left. Why? Wait, why would gone be left? Oh, okay. After someone left, they were gone? Okay, I guess. In this case, however, they clearly referred to their directional homonyms. So that means truth equals right, gone equals left. It seemed to make sense. Right had left, and right had left. Junpei looked at the bracelet again. At the 2 protrusions on the left and right of the face. Junpei pressed them in the following order. Wouldn't it be just right, left, right, left, right, left? And then 1, 4, 3, 8, 2. Wait, what? One another 8 numbers flashed on, then off of the face of Junpei's bracelet. He checked one more time to be sure. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Hey, I'm gonna write that down. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. It's the Konami secret code?
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers in the order they came in if he said anything. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 8, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he'd just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him. 1 to the right, 4 to the left, 3 to the right, 8 to the left, 3 to the right, 4 to the left, 2 to the right, and 1 to the left. Finished. I didn't need to remember, I guess. Junpei heard the small, telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up. Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding. Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. The Nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people: Cradle Pharmaceutical CEO Ace, Gentaro Hongo. Wait. Is Ace not his name? Cradle Pharmaceutical Chief of Staff, Nagisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceutical R&D Supervisor, Teruaki Kubota. And majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceutical, Kagechika Musashido. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0. Wait. Is Snake 0? Junpei left the closet. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, Seven, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest. Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you.
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room. Why? There's something I want to be sure of. What do you want to be sure of? I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah. I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover. The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by a tension like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice. Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room, I'll explain everything as soon as we get there. Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased. It was 5 o'clock. They had only an hour left. We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go. Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me. Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned around. Ace, 7, and Lotus. Could you please place your palms on the red?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just... No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover. Junpei's implication was clear, and 7 understood perfectly.
Fine.
What about you, Ace, Lotus?
Very well.
Sure. Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shone from the red's display panel. Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared, just as Junpei had expected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as a bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well. It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well. Clearly, they were all expecting some answers. Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation. Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued. By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
Well, what kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei. Of course, who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued. The clothes I'm wearing I borrowed from Junpei, and the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1, 7, 8, and 3 equals 19. 1 plus 3 would be 10. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital root would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right? Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei. You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5. As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist. Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered, if you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. As their justification for why I'm not Santa, I mean. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind would be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia. Am I right? Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth, so did Ace. He could hear a sudden buzz of conversation from the others. Prosopagnosia? What's that? He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this is about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kinda bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia. Ace's face tightened, his eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds. I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him. Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us. Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued. Then you, Ace, said,
I'll stay here.
Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh? Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear. You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever door we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness. Ah, well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that says you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I'm not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room, it's not Snake's.
What? What?
Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well if the body wasn't Snake's. I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No, that's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring. Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes are the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least two motives. One, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. Two, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you, so you... Hey, hold on a minute. For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke. What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him? Look at this. He handed Santa a small piece of paper. Santa squinted at the paper and began to read. The nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people: Cradle Pharmaceutical CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this? Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's. It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first-class cabin. Then suddenly...
Give me a break.
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie. Someone is trying to frame me.
Me? You said me, right? Junpei's eyes narrowed and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply, his eyes flicked off of Junpei to anything else. Wouldn't that mean that you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical? Or am I mistaken? It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he'd done, his eyes went wide.
Very well, I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all...
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did all this by myself. Think that over, alright? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope, you could have.
Oh. Whoa. What?
Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close. Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then. I took this. Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No, you couldn't have.
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled. Gotcha, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3. That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket. Ace lowered his hand. I also called that the very first run we did. Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth twitching like a dying fish. If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. Oh, that's a creepy look. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotions.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while you were searching for the missing hardware for the red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the notary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
Oh, that's true.
As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere with anyone. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it.
Ace successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. He also found an unexpected bonus, the knife the 9th man had been holding. He slipped both of them into his chest pocket and left as quickly as he'd come. He walked down the stairs and headed back to where he was supposed to be. That was when he met Guy X and mistook him for Snake. Snake was on his way to the large hospital room and had not noticed Ace behind him. Ace made sure it stayed that way. He followed the man wearing Snake's clothes to door 3. When the man stopped, he walked up behind him quietly and called out,
Snake!
The man turned to look at Ace. He said nothing. No words came out of his half-open mouth. He seemed dazed, somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It didn't matter to Ace. Ace was certain the man was Snake. He knew Snake had been a part of the nonary game 9 years before. Snake hadn't recognized Ace immediately, but he was blind. That much made sense. Why then hadn't Snake said anything to him? Surely he hadn't forgotten what happened to him in the notary game, but not once had he attempted to confront Ace. Perhaps his lack of sight had prevented him from recognizing Ace. Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive Ace. In either event, he was a threat. It was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. Ace's mind was made up. He moved. He held the number 9 bracelet over the red. He waved his own bracelet in front of the red and finally grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. Ace threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed. The man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke. Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes, I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it. Oh!
But perhaps Clover was different.
Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard. She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run. He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it, I've lost. I have lost completely and utterly. But don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero, not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. And it was a trap, make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room. If he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the Red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to make the number 9, that I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words he'd heard from Clover. I think Zero is one of us. One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, Seven, Lotus. Zero is one of us. No, Junpei paused. There was one more person. Snake. It was clear now that the man who died in the shower room wasn't Snake. That meant that Snake was almost certainly still alive. Perhaps Snake was Zero. Perhaps Snake had made Guy X wear his clothes so that he would appear to be dead. Where was Snake now? Perhaps he was somewhere laughing at them. If he was Zero, surely he had lied about many other things. Was he watching them?
Dun dun dun. Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch. We're gonna leave your ass here to rot.
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard!
Seven roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Uh-huh. You got some fire, don't you? I confess I rather like a tough woman.
He sniffled and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow. Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh? Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arm around her and pulled Lotus back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point it at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger.
And there's the gun again.
I've already killed 2. No, 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well, let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the ninth man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later.
Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then. Shit! Why isn't it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door! Please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen! I was lied to! He lied to me, he put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Kill!
I had 4 reasons for killing him. 1. As I said before, in the Nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I'd allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he or it would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on. 2. I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. 3. Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate the information. And 4. Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this Nonary game was serious or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at him. I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The Nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook. Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
On the other side of door 6. We found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room. Right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed, a short, derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look. Should have grabbed it first.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet, and now I have Lotus. Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it? And how do you know that? Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover. I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him. Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit. He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? You alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk. Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was further away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's gonna let her live? Just walk away?
God damn it. You guys go on ahead. As soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set. All right. Come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah.
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you. Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him. Let's go! Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Feel like we're gonna be too late. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room. No sign of Ace or Lotus.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow. Maybe. Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors. He looked at the red. The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. The red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room. Engaged. It's occupied. That means Ace and Lotus went through here. Yeah, it seems like it. Oh, whoops, that was 7. Junpei and 7 stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah. First of all, our digital route is not 9. Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel. Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room looking for the source of the sound. It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or more precisely, what was on it. The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we gotta try. Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
Her.
Damn it.
See, didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Seven pointed at a keypad on the right side of the coffin. Right, so unless I put in the right passcode, it's not going to open. The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do? Junpei wondered. Was there some sort of clue somewhere? They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that's the number. That number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. This number's for the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
Just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
You.
Ugh. Fine. He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind. 143-834-21. Quickly, he typed them in. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. Chat, ads are here! I'm gonna leave you in suspense. And I'm gonna go get a drink of fucking water. Be right back in 3 minutes. Don't pass away. The ads have been defeated. Alright, what's behind coffin number 1? It only took a moment. What? You gotta be kidding me. There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside. Snake?
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere? Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but... They had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane. They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin. Snake's story explained frustratingly little. Zero's true identity was a mystery, as were his intentions. Why had Zero put Guy X in Snake's clothing? If Zero had left a note for them to say the Nonary games had been played 9 years before, was there some connection? Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating. What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying. It seemed as though Snake was, perhaps, not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good. No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted. Their time limit was fast approaching. Snake's release from the coffin had changed nothing. They still needed to follow Ace as quickly as possible. However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next. What do we do now? He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist. The 3 of us can't make a digital root of 9. Yeah, we just get 5. We're stuck here then.
Oh! Hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything. What? What is it?
Oh,
he picked up Clover's bracelet, didn't he?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking that... Oh, the captain's quarters bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye. 0? Zero's bracelet. What the hell? Are you saying that 7 has a number 0 bracelet? Yeah. Where did you get that? Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed 7 look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it, see? On the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
It was a lie, and Junpei knew it.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know. Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing. Alright, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
What? What? 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9.
Come on, man, I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the zero bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, alright?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the two doors. 7 and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they'd done that, 7 put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open. Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually a 0. Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains. Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. All 4 of us. Snake, Junpei, 7, and the mysterious bracelet. Be 14 or 5. If that combination worked, then the mysterious bracelet number was 4. However, the door didn't open. The mysterious bracelet's number wasn't 4. Junpei continued. So if it's not a 4, Junpei and 7, so that'd be what? 12? So it had to be a 7? Or it had to be a 6. If that combination worked, then the mysterious bracelet's number was 6. Scanned in their bracelets?
It opened.
Yes, so it would seem. 7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. So Akane's bracelet shares the same number as Zero's bracelet? The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought. That meant the number for the mysterious bracelet was 6. But how could it be 6? The display on the bracelet clearly showed a 0. Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had until recently been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go. But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah, you know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem, my last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when? Last
resort?
Junpei, Seven, and Snake ran full tilt down a long straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, Seven spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was the last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in the situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off. Snake's plan had been simple but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand till they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it? My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's. It's fake, it's not real. Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin. With it gone, he'd had little to fear from the numbered doors. He'd walked through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out at the other side unscathed and begun running down the hall alongside Seven and Junpei. You know, it's really funny, because this is the same crew that explored the first Room 5 together. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase. As far as they could tell, it went all the way to the bottom deck. There didn't seem to be any flooding. They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them at the end, which had a single door. Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It read Incinerator. Incinerator? Oh my, that doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps? Yeah. Right over here.
How'd you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so. Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and chalked over to the lever. If you pull it, the door ought to open. Got it. He pulled the lever down. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that I'm getting this one second to last. The rumble of the ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had began to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was that Junpei saw behind them 9. Another number 9 door. But why? Why was there another one? The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought. Warning! Warning! Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Huh? Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Ah, yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how'd you get here? Snake, Junpei, 7. The three of you couldn't have opened a door with 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we had Clover's bracelet? Junpei felt his chest tighten.
Oh, they haven't told you.
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally, I would take some time and enjoy the moment, but I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace. Keep your goddamn mouth shut.
Clover.
I said stop it. Don't listen to him, Snake. Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him. What happened to Clover? Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head meekly.
No.
That's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the ninth man had, you remember? I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily, there was no resistance. That feeling was, I confess, I feel rather excited. It's a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm going to kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now, I'm waiting.
Don't do it. Don't listen to him, Snake.
Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head. Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't. Snake!
Don't overdo it.
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. He looks like Alucard. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber full of rage and despair.
Snake!
Snake!
Damn. Look at that fucked up smirk Ace has. Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror. Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them. Junpei could feel her fingers on his arm, tight enough to be painful, keeping him between her and Ace. Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
He raised the gun.
I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door.
189 equals 18.
Quickly now. I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for the lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you. Goodbye.
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh. Then it happened. Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward 1 step closer to Ace. Then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice, the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll get away from me.
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff and inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury. Yeah.
Listen to me. I said don't come any closer. Shit! You bastard!
Oh, all of his bullets? Well, you done fucked up now. Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Snake made a strange sort of choking cough. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and his broken and battered body slid to the floor. Incineration will begin in 3 minutes. But Snake wasn't done. Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg, and the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch, you're a monster! Get off of me! Let me go! Damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake had ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together. What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look! Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily. You don't have to die. You can be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life. Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices, and their words were strained.
Snake, that's enough. You can stop now.
Yes, he's right, Snake. You've done enough.
Come on, Snake, let go. Let's get out of here.
You have to come with us. We have to leave together.
Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled a sad sort of smile. I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up. Be quiet.
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife she can forgive me. Now go! Go now! You have to go! Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it, shit. We're out of time. We have to go.
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he tried desperately to swallow to clear the lump in his throat. Junpei! What are you doing? You have to get out of here now! Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind. Snake! Snake! Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei.
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his sides and was hauling him bodily back toward the door. No! No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me! Let me go! Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. Ah! Ah! 7, 6.
Damn it, I don't got a choice, kid. Don't blame me for this, alright?
Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down, beginning incineration. Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door. There was a small window cut into it. Inside he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this! Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero!
Zero!
Damn. He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there, in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hands she'd put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door in the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey! Wait, Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going? He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped. You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here!
How? Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait. All right? He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going. When they'd walked through the hallway earlier, he'd noticed an elevator at the end of the side hallway. If it still worked, then maybe. Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it. He pushed it, and the door opened. Junpei was in the large hospital room. June! Santa! He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them. Ugh! Damn it! Where did they go? Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Feels like it's definitely been an hour by now. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there, on the red carpet in the center of the room... June! No, codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Connie. Connie! Junpei cried her name and then ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her. Oh man. Connie... He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still, so very still. No, it couldn't be. It was impossible. Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving slowly. It rose and fell. Relief washed over him. Connie! Junpei reached down and gently, very gently lifted her up. Connie! Connie! Are you alright? Jumpy? Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arms around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest. Oh man. Connie. What the hell happened to you? You feel... jumpy. I'm sorry. Her voice was very faint. I might not make it. No way. No way am I gonna let you die. I'm gonna save you, I promise. Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. It was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy. Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on, alright, Connie? Jumpy, did you know? You meant a lot to me when we were kids. I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really, really long time. Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. Game over. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke. Zero! You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding? Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice. I'm right here. I've always been close to you. What the hell are you talking about? No matter. I will tell you again. Game over. This game has ended. No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. You can't. That is impossible. Why? Because you chose the wrong path. The wrong path? That is correct. Your path was inevitable, however. Admit defeat. Where there is shadow, there is light. Where there is light, there is shadow. So it goes. What are you talking about? It matters not. The loser has been decided. I told you I'm not gonna lose. No. You misunderstand. You haven't lost. I have lost. What? Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. He heard the doors slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero? Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise. She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere. Damn it! He didn't want to leave Connie alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel. Connie? She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was gone? Oh God. No. Where is she? Connie? 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 Connie! His cries split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it. A strange smell. One he'd smelled before. The smell of a peculiar white smoke. 9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. Why is it 9 seconds? Because it takes effect so fast. I can't skip these credits either. I'm kind of confused why you need this ending before the true ending. Because the only things we learned were that Ace is the CEO of the pharmaceutical company. Maybe it's for lore and some other things. Yeah. Cause yeah, I mean, like, you learn the most with this ending. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know. This ending, you don't learn about Lotus's kids being in the first experiment, and you don't learn about Seven being a cop who was investigating this. But like, I guess this is the ending that confirms Snake was alive. They're all part of the bigger picture. Yeah. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries an eye. I think that was different. Would you like to keep the information? Yes. From the title screen, you can import data from this playthrough and either play from where you left. Yeah, sure. It was different. I see. Oh, hey, Tuna, how's it going? Yeah, because I know these previews kind of give you hints of like what paths you're supposed to take. So like that's how you would figure this out, I guess, on your own. Okay, begin with memories. Yeah. Nope. I spent all that time for nothing. So then that means the only person you actually can't save is 9. Everyone else, I assume, can be saved. It's just not number 9. Oh, and I guess Guy X. Whoever the fuck that guy is. Yeah, the captain. You can't save him either. Alright, let's see. Where are my notes for this thing? There they are. Yep. We're in the end game. That's not what I want. Seven, 4, 8, 5. You have a specific set of doors you need? Like... It's 4, 7, and 1, isn't it? Yes, and you need to give the clover to Clover. Yeah, I knew that. Gotta make sure I get the bookmark. Wait, did I not take the fucking red cards? Wow. Whoops. Yep, I know. Because it's the exact same steps you take to get the ending, the coffin ending. It's just, without context, I guess you don't know how to open the coffin, but now that you know the code, that's what changes it. And I assume you know the code because of telepathy? Yeah. Well, it's not really telepathy, it's like... the morphogenetic field. They will finally explain most things, minus who the killer for knife and sub ending is. Or should you kind of have an idea? Yeah, I can't remember in the sub ending if Ace was the only one I hadn't seen. Because I know Seven and Lotus are dead at the door. Clover, Santa... and I think it was Ace. Okay, he faked his blood. Yeah, because Clover, Santa, and Ace were dead on the stairs. And then, June was dead near the submarine. But yeah, Ace is the only one who could have the knife, because he's the one that steals it in the bracelet, so... the knife endings do indeed have to be him. The only thing I don't get is if Ace is so nervous about Snake knowing who he is, why the fuck would he tell Santa who he was? Like, that's the only thing that kind of doesn't make sense. Like, I know villains can be, like, full of themselves and think that they can never, you know, mess up and do anything wrong, but that seems like a really big oversight. I feel like Santa is an accomplice with the last Noner games. Interesting. But Santa's sister died, so I feel like he would have like a huge grudge against the last Nonary games. Alright, let's make sure to save before important parts. He knows a lot more than I feel like he should. That's true. Alright, we save here. And we're going through door number 4. Run, everybody, run! Alright, hopefully I can remember all these puzzle solutions so it doesn't take too long. Gotta go fast! I wonder if it'll just let me grab the tile if I remember where it is. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh shit, it does. That's funny. Don't think there was anything in here for me. Oh, the map. That's right. And I think there's a key in the drawer. Luckily, I only went through here one time, so I know exactly what options to pick because they're the same as the ones I did before. Alright, now I should be able to go across. Let's grab you. Right, the curtain, but I don't need that now. Oh, okay, fine, drawer. Even though I unlocked you, I still have to move you. Oh, hey, look at this. What a weird bookmark. Yep, I'll be taking that. Oh yeah, Santa's a stockbroker. I wonder if it's because he knows what stocks will win because of the morphogenetic field. Wait a minute. There we go. Is that a Magikarp with arms and legs? Wait a minute. Nice, the Mars key. That is terrifying. So I do want to see what happens if I answer this one differently. Because I know what the correct answer is now. Ame, do you know what this painting is supposed to look like? Do you want to guess before I give the right answer? Do you think you know what the painting looks like? I said it looks like a koi fish, but that was not the correct answer. The real answer was a shocker, though. Yeah, it was. I would say a lake of some sort. So a small boat floating in a lake. It's funny because once you know that the painting is a Boston Terrier, you can't unsee it. Like the face, you just know. Maybe a dog? So you get the head there, these are the front paws, and these are the back paws. Junpei traced the black contours. See? Ah, I see it. I guess you've got a point. Santa, despite his constant aloofness, was clearly impressed. Junpei glanced over at Lotus. She looked stunned. How did you know? You're right. I didn't think you would have been able to guess that. For a brief moment, Junpei felt a swell of pride. So, now we know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps. Lotus nodded and began to speak. So, she talks about how they showed these people this painting and another one, and like more people recognized the other one with the first test. Then on British Airwaves they ran a segment where they showed everybody that it was a picture of a dog and surveyed people in completely different countries, and people noticed it was a dog more in those countries. And I guess the experiment was trying to prove the existence of the morphogenetic field at work. But also Lotus said that it was a made-up experiment, so she could just be fucking with us. Okay. So now I need to get... Oh, the whetstone. I need the knife. I'm gonna let ads run while I just grab all this shit, so don't worry, you're not missing nothing. Where is... For people that are subbed, they'll just keep seeing it, I guess. Pretty sure I want to pick that. I think the Ice 9 stuff isn't until, the freezer. Where is the freezer? Over here? There we go. It is I, Prime Subber. Actually, I am gonna go blow my nose for a sec. I'll be right back. Ouch. Nose hogs. Okay. Let's grab our liquid nitrogen. Yep, we gotta learn about Ice 9. We got the pork. Wait, we didn't get the chicken. I need my chicken hammer. Bed set up, food all put away. All I need to do is start up one more little laundry. Hell yeah. It is a lot to do, but you're getting a lot done. Oh, I forgot the solution to this. Give me a second. Technically... Oh, hey Storms. This is the second time you show up to Chicken Hammer. Can I technically just solve this? No, it won't let me. They're like, how dare you cheat? Rest of the VOD for the true ending? Thanks for the trip down memory lane. Oh, no problem, Game Master. Yeah, I'll put the VOD up pretty quick, but I'm sure you'll be able to watch it on Twitch too. Oh, this is the first time you saw the Chicken Hammer. It's our most trusty weapon. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the neutral ending to take like 3 hours. That was a ton of dialogue. Oh, you never saw this section. Right, because you didn't get the notification. That last room... Basically, Santa gets really sussed out of Lotus because she doesn't get locked into the freezer with the three of them. So he's like, oh, you're trying to kill us. And Lotus is like, idiot, if I killed all three of you, how would I open the 9 door? Teehee. But you also learn about a chemical called Ice 9 that apparently does not melt at anything below 96 degrees, and it does not freeze at anything higher than 96. So I think exactly at 96 it thaws, but any other temperature it doesn't change its state. Santa's sus of others because he is sus. Yeah, I agree with that. Santa's motives are never clear. What if I just do this? What if I go back to the hospital room? Oh yeah, I can just straight up finish searching. That's funny. Alright, now we go through door 7. After this numbskull injected himself with Soparil. Or so he claims. Let's see. think I remember most of this stuff. Grab the scalpel. No, not you. Grab the coacher forceps. It's such a comfy bed. Welcome back, Arm and Heart. Oh, hell yeah. Hey, do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9. Ice 9, Ice 9. Ice, Ice, Ice.
Yeah. Then he tells us about All Ice, aka Alice. She's the woman who doesn't melt or doesn't thaw at anywhere besides 96 degrees. And Lord Gordane purchased her before he purchased the Titanic sister ship. Oh, true. You wanna sleep comfily. Alright, that should be everything. Oh, I guess I should grab this too. Combine! Wait, what? Did I mess up? Ugh. Oh no. Yeah, it'll be nice to finally relax in your own bed. Well, let's get the heck out of here. Now Clover is sad because of her brother. But we will make her happy again by giving her the 4-leaf clover. And then she asks us where we got it. And we say it's from Santa. And she's like, wait a minute, Santa? He must know if I know.
To Clover.
Yeah, Clover almost confided in us, and then Seven interrupted her. So now when we go to room number 1, because we confided in Clover, she should tell us something about the experiments 9 years ago. But the only thing is, what will she tell us this time that she didn't tell us the first time because of the safe? Actually, maybe she still won't tell us. Maybe it'll just get to the coffin and Junpei's supposed to remember the code. Come on. We're so close. They found Snake. We're all gonna get grossed out because the descriptions are too horrific. But it's not Snake, it's Guy X. Oh, we're almost there. Come on. Room 2 and room 6. There goes Lotus beating Seven's ass. I want to go to room 1. I find it kind of crazy that I never picked door 2. Oh, no. I did go into door 2. It was after the door 3 route. Keep on rolling. Yep. We're almost there. We're super close. Man, if Ace wanted to, he could totally kill us right now. Well, not a problem, but it was a lie. All Junpei wanted was to get rid of Ace. He'd sent Ace to the wheelhouse at the beginning for a reason. There was something he meant to ask Clover, and he meant to ask her in private. There was something he wanted to ask Clover, and he didn't want anyone else to hear him ask it. He also knew that Clover would likely remain silent if there was anyone else around when he asked. That was why he was so desperate to send Ace back to the wheelhouse. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. Oh, I see, of course. Wait, yeah, I swear I've already read that before. I don't know why it wasn't zooming. Which two bracelets numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3? I wanted to see. I don't like that the Ninth Man isn't in here at all. But yeah, 3 plus 7 is 10 plus 2. It would have to be that, right? But then she wrote down all the possibilities. But that means everybody would have had to participate in killing him. Which, that's just not possible. Alright, let's see if this thing fucking breaks again. Because I know I did this right the last time. So it's south. And then it is west. Then southwest. And I'm pressing it now. Okay, never mind. It worked. The northwest. Then east, then north. I guess both times I did this before, I just messed up. So this is half, slow, full, half, dead slow, stop. This game wanted to mess with you last time? Yeah, feels like it. So this feels weird. Like, does Clover really not want to tell me anymore? I feel like I'm doing something wrong. What? Did he not adjust it? Wait, what? Is it wrong? Um... Is this wrong? Full? half, slow, full, half, dead slow, stop. What? Huh? I swear that's what I put in. Whatever. I don't care anymore. And then this old man is sitting here dead with the 0 watch. But it's not the 0 watch, it's the 6 watch. What could that mean? Oh yeah, and then Clover tells us that her brother didn't really die. And she said she held on to hope because of the bookmark. And now she starts telling us about 9 years ago. And how life and death experiments led to people getting epiphanies. But we're not getting more? I figured we would get more. Oh. I'm terrible at Morse code with a stylus. Now we learn about All Ice, Alice. Wait, is this the thing that Ace didn't think anybody could find besides Clover? No, because you need this. You need that key to get out of here. Before I do this, is there anything if I look at these again? No, okay. I really hope I'm gonna get this ending. Then the I mean Uranus card. Then we got the butt card. Yeah, Clover stuffs two things into her pocket. One is the zero bracelet, but what is the other thing she gets? And this is where Santa double crosses us. I still don't understand this. Like, what makes Santa do this? All that knocking. The world blinked. Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. What the hell was that? That voice? Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
Oh, what are you talking about?
What's up? Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them. If he told them he'd heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he had gone insane. So all he said was, "Oh, nothing." He cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei pressed the buttons on the bracelet. Right, left, right, left, right, left. That was it. Oh, Clover's gonna see her brother. 8 numbers blinked on and then off on the bracelet display. Junpei checked one last time. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
Huh?
Eh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh, are those? Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget. 1438 3421. 1438 3421. With trembling fingers, he punched them in. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was the sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it. Oh, is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you. Snake!
Oh my, how did you?
Junpei and Seven? Is that you? Is everyone else there as well? Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask. Junpei and Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears.
You're back!
With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms. Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
You're back, you're back!
Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating. They can get through the door now. They have exactly the number 9.
You're back! You're really here!
Her voice was happy, but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
Oh, you're back.
Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not as though you did. I really thought you were dead.
Huh?
You jerk. Idiot, idiot, idiot.
Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time and every minute they waited was a minute what they wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired. Basically, Snake held us at gunpoint and fucked up. I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you. In the shower room, there's a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead. Correct? He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours. Santa. My bad. Junpei nodded. You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here in this room. Do I have it straight? Seven had been rather surprised to learn of the dead body in the captain's quarters. With everything that had taken place, Junpei had simply forgotten to mention it to him. Well then, I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something a mystery who did all this and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were?
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room, we don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes, but you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time. When were you knocked out? When we split up to look for the red. Where did they get you, do you remember? It was a small room in one of the hallways on C-Deck. What
happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A can releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent. Then that means it was... Zero.
Looks that way, huh?
There's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin. How come you didn't say anything when you were in the coffin? Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Why had Zero made Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How had the results of that trick benefited Zero? It was a mystery. Junpei couldn't make sense of it. He also didn't have a satisfactory explanation for how he discerned the key code for the coffin. It just didn't make sense. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. What did that mean? Did it mean anything? And why had Junpei felt compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them? Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He'd had no answer for him then, and he still didn't. Maybe he was conserving oxygen? That's fair. All he could say was that it seemed to have been a subconscious reaction. His fingers had simply moved on their own accord. It was the only explanation that made any sort of sense, and it made almost no sense. Junpei had no idea what any of it meant. His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think. And of course, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago. The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was, There had been another experiment conducted on the same ship 9 years ago. A girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The 2 murders. Switching clothes? The Nonary game? And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself, the maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together. Zero. He was the ringleader, the person who had trapped 9 people on a sinking ship. Zero knew everything. If they could uncover Zero's identity, all of their questions would be answered. Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps... At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey! How are we gonna get out of here?
Isn't that obvious? Through the other 9 door.
Oh yeah! Yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out. As they snipped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
Oh, forget it. Let's just get going.
7 stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. 7 quickly laid his hand on the red, and Asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. 7 glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
Alright, you guys ready to go?
Yes. Yep. Junpei paused for a moment. Not yet.
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something. You want to check something? Yeah, but before I do... 7, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us. What do you mean?
What do you mean we don't need...
Just do it, alright? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please. This is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here. Junpei looked directly into Seven's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded.
Fine.
Seven pulled down on the lever and the door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. After 9 seconds, the door closed. Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So, we knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious? Yeah, you're right, it is. Now what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet? Why don't you take it out, Clover? For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei. Hee hee, so you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime. She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to Seven. This is on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm going to call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters Cap. If Cap was really 0, then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet. But most importantly, if you were Cap and this was your game, would you really put one of these bracelets on yourself? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand. Okay. After he and Clover scanned their bracelets, he waved Caps over the scanner panel. Then he pulled the lever. However, the door didn't open. The red's display read error. I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work.
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a third asterisk when I scanned the captain's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register. Seven waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility. That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying? That's right. Then what number is it? Let's find out. Junpei scanned the bracelet with me, 7, and Cap. Wait. Then Cap's bracelet was number 6. Yeah.
Hey! It opened! The door opened!
What? Why? What does that mean? Both Seven and Clover seemed rather shaken, as they turned to look at Junpei for answers. The door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow. Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6. 756.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter 0.
Oh.
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right? Yeah. Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s? Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up. There is most likely only one person with a 6. But I don't get it. What about June? Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is 9.
9.
Yeah, I called that too. The very first time I saw her bracelet, I'm like, that's just upside down 9, isn't it? That seems the most likely. Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap? Why would you say that? Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up. Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it. Junpei leaned over to look at it. List of all the numbered doors June's gone through. Clover read each row out loud so that Snake could follow along. Alright, I made a list of the numbered doors that June had gone through so far. I wrote down which door she went into and with who. And I wrote what all the doors' numbers were. So if you switch 9 and wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8. Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list? What do you mean? You're talking about
3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. What about it? That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question, why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number... 7, would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure.
7 took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
He read out the changes he'd made. When he finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled. Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0. No way! Santa is 0? And June was 9, not 6. Snake, I thought you were blind. Yeah, it is kind of weird that he just knows that the number's correct. On the contrary, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3. They cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Then that means that even though he set the whole damn thing up, Santa was still playing by the rules of the nonary game this whole time.
Precisely. So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing? I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0. If my hypothesis is correct. Clover bit her lips. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei remained silent and thought. Snake's hypothesis didn't satisfy him. June's bracelet was flipped. Even if that were possible, then there would have been 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that were the case... Alright, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door. Door 9 opened. They leapt through. The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped. Phew. After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them. At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship. It looked as though they led all the way to the bottom deck. They looked down. It didn't seem to be flooded. After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door. We about to go to the incinerator? We'll find out. Right after ads! Hopefully this is the last ad break, and then we can finally get to the end. It has felt way longer. It's crazy. Alright, I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. The ads have been defeated. Onward through the final door. And of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. It looked like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his fingers. This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere. Neptune key. All Junpei had was the Uranus keycard. Not the same planet, not even the same sort of key. Clearly it wasn't going to open this door. After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they came. With a little more searching, they found a metal door. To the side of it was a card reader. A symbol was engraved onto the card reader. It matched the Uranus symbol on the keycard Junpei was carrying. This is the place, he muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. It beeped once, and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves in was full of books. It's the library! It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books, more the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority. Alright, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for clues, gang. Okay. Very well.
Sure thing.
Good, let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry! Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge. As he began his search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Oh god, we gotta look for books. It's a note on the table. Lights to the books. Huh? What does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next. They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. His clothes bother me. Yeah. What the fuck? What's the deal with these titles?
They're all just gibberish.
Hey, what if we, like, switched them around?
Switch them around?
Yeah. If we move them around, maybe they'll spell something. Oh, I get it. Yeah, heck, it's worth a shot. I mean, the top clearly says open. Open here, find bulb? What? How about this? Looks like putting those books in the right order opened this thing right up. That was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did it, Junpei! Well, I guess that turned out well enough. So the letters from the title spell out, open here, find bulb. Chat, we found bulb. The light bulb looks like it's brand new. I liked blub more. And it's really big, so it'll make a lot of light. I'm gonna have to, like, remember each place that I clicked.
Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Looks like this shelf's all science and technology.
Teletemporation and telepathy? What the hell is this one about?
Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemporation. Temporation.
Holy shit, that's a weird word. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. This book is called, Mind Swap? You mean you could, like, change bodies with someone? Well, I guess we wouldn't mind switching bodies with my brother Junpei too much, but I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me.
What the hell? Like I'd even want to swap bodies with a little brat like you.
Hey, were you just imagining it? You were.
Shut up.
Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. Kitab al-Azif? Man, they've got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name. It's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul al-Hazred. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon. Oh, so these are all occult books and stuff? That's fucking weird. This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it. Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. The Judas tree? How did Judas get to space?
This one says transition of extinct species.
We need to hurry it up or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. Paleontology? This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. Ammonites. Wait, what are ammonites?
The theory of evolution. Heck, even I know this one. This is that Darwin guy, right?
Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of the Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Mother Nature.
Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks?
Probably not, except perhaps tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection.
I was just trying to make a joke.
Dude, hippie chicks? Really? Introduction to geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth, even when you're on the ocean, kinda romantic in a way, I guess. I should probably save it. 'Cause it's been a minute.
Theories of the Cambrian explosion? Did a bomb go off near somewhere called Cambria?
Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period, researchers suggest that varieties of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. Creatures of the South Seas, huh? Wonder if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff. Micrographia, huh? Ah, yes, Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances, and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess this shelf is concerned with natural sciences. How does Snake know so much about books?
Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know what this one's about?
Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Mankind's ancestors most likely lost their tails as they were no longer useful, and the nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. At least that's what I read. I was rather young, I may have remembered it incorrectly.
Huh? Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like that?
Okay, I think that was everything I could possibly have clicked on. It's a coat rack, like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one's not too big, so maybe just hats. Handrails made of metal. Wow, thanks. Oh. Oh my god, really? This place is fucking huge. How am I supposed to find anything useful? This is the one I already did. Okay. Energy theory. Development of nanotechnology, materials. Interactions between shortwave energy and matter. What else have we got? Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache.
Can't say fancy technology stuff and I get along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you're gonna put me to sleep.
The black hole hypothesis. Gamma ray astrophysics. I guess this bookshelf has an astronomy theme. Okay, that's good to know, I guess. Oh my fucking... Really, dude? What's Hellenism? I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture.
Permian creatures? Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention, most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair, I can't imagine they had much need for perms.
That's got nothing to do with this. Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome.
Bet that's gonna be serious inheritance tax.
A kid's book here? It looks like it's a children's story about Native Americans. Don't you think a random book like that is kind of suspicious? Maybe you ought to hold on to it.
This one has some Native Americans on the cover. Hey, Jinpei, take a look at this one.
Native Americans, huh? Maybe it's got some... Whoa! It opens up.
What's that? This is one of them pop-up books. LRK.
That doesn't mean anything. Does it?
Well, you could make it KRL, like curl or Carl.
I don't think that's what they want me to do. History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot. Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. History of Buddhism. Oh, already saw that one. History of the Western World. Well, I'd assume it's about European history. Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that, Snake. Doesn't seem like you. Wait, what the fuck? Why doesn't he want to talk about the British? Oriental history? Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something. Hey, Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. Damn, Clover. Okay, already did that one. Oh boy. There are so many shells. Principles of monkey behavior, huh? I'd imagine that's a book describing praxeology studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionarily. Evolutionarily. Huh. So I imagine the research was fruitful. Oh, look, Seven. Here's a book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength.
You're just saying that because it says muscle.
This book is just called Dissection. This bookshelf must be all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Functions of the human brain, huh? I guess this is a book about the nervous system. I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kind of curious about it too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? This one, it looks just like that picture book from earlier. The one with the pop-ups.
You think they're part of a series of something? They do have the same binding.
Oh, a baseball book. There's a baseball in this one. Come on, Junpei, let's see what's in it. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say it's probably baseball still. Whoa! This is a pop-up book. It's got the letters head popping out of it. What the fuck? So we've got head Carl. I hate it. Human equilibrium theory.
Human anatomy.
Regeneration of internal organs? What?
Look, this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about if you, like, lose part of your body, then you could grow it back?
I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. Ancient gladiators. What's this book doing here? Maybe they were researching human physical limits across history. Dissection Atlas, huh? This whole shelf is full of medical books. Okay. Wait a minute. 1, 2. So I've done 1, 2, 3. No. Yeah, 3. Oh god. I can't tell if I've read something yet or not. Well, okay. So we read that. Looks suspicious. Okay. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say I can go down these stairs. There's so many fucking books here. Oh, this is suspicious. There are 3 lights on this thing. They aren't very bright, though.
Hey, didn't we find some kind of really powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't you put it into one of these lights?
Yeah. Well, it'll get a lot brighter, but... But if there are 3 lights, that means there's 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? Alright. The search for bulbs. Okay. That's a combination lock. Let's see what we've got here. So many books here. I wonder what this one's... Whoa, what's this? Warm. Oh, sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Hey, what's the deal with this sappy stuff?
Damn, Junpei. Putting the moves on Clover? Modern Japanese literature, huh?
Hey, there's another one of those picture books here. Something about these things feel kind of nice, you know? Brings back good memories.
I guess even people like Seven were kids once.
No shit, you little brat.
Hey, guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me. It's got a magic wand on it. Okay. So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside, smart ass. Whoa! SE5I? Looks like another pop-up book. This book has an S, an E, a dash, and a number 5 sticking out of it. Might be impressed if I was 5. I hope that's all the picture books. What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore? Looks like there are a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all sorts of things, if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. Alright, well, obviously these are looking sus. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary. Dad kind? What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Sheldrake? Sheldrake? Isn't Sheldrake... Liebernis? This book is in German. It looks like it's the complete works of something. Oh, I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. Wait, these have to be important. Really? I just don't interact with this at all? Okay. That's a weird book, Junpei. Indian mathematics. That's funny. Why is that funny? What? This one's Cold Box Conjecture.
Conjecture? What's it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it?
It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory.
Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay?
It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there to hypothesize about with a Riemann? Isn't it pretty straightforward? Heavens no, there are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or lack of. It's an exciting, rapidly growing field. Whoa. What the fuck? Were those mathematical sexual innuendos? Algebraic number theory? Math, huh?
There's another one like that over here.
You mean something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry? Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those. Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book named Algebraic Number Theory, I took a wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. The Pythagorean Theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. Holy shit. Books here in all sorts of languages. But there's something suspicious about the shelf on the left. Wait, what? How do I... How do I access the shelf on the left? Or did they mean this? Okay. I know I probably didn't click on everything, because there's so much in here, but I swear I've clicked on everything. This ending's gonna be long? Yeah, it might just be. Okay, I need to find light bulbs, so there should be more cases like that one. But I don't see anything. The iron plate is bolted down. I don't think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. And so... Can I not do anything with these? It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kinda like music stands. Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands? Then... This is a little weird. Do they need to be in different spots? Okay, I put the pop-up books on top of the stands. If I could just change out these bulbs, then... what's the use wishing? I don't have any more light bulbs. Can I do one of them? No. So I need all 3 light bulbs. Like... Can I really not do anything with these? Guess not. A bunch of books on folklore and myth.
This bookshelf has sort of a glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there's only 6 books on it. That seems kind of weird.
Hey, it looks like there's something on the bottom. I can't really see it though, the glass is all foggy. Awesome, there's a lock on the glass door. Yep, won't budge. In the middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you got the right ones to open it. The hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Guess I might as well give it a shot. Wait, what? Oh, wait. 1, 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. Oh, okay. You did it, Junpei! Yay! I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open, alright? I didn't think it would be that easy either, Junpei. All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylinder number lock. Oh, there's a light bulb. Feels like a light bulb. Pretty high wattage too, unless I miss my guess. This should generate quite a bit of light. Okay, so we've got 2. Where could the 3rd one be? Like... It feels so obvious that it's these. Is there anything else suspicious looking that I haven't clicked yet? Books here in all sorts of languages. Can't read them. Yeah, I've looked at all these. The only table was the one that said, shine the light. Yeah, lights to the books. Oh, man. I swear I've clicked all of these. No, and I can't skip the text here, which also kind of sucks. Yeah, I definitely clicked all of those. sure I did those. Wait, maybe is this its own thing? No, Hellenism, I read that. So what am I missing? What the? There was a calculator this whole time. I just never hit the calculator button. I mean, I know this isn't right, but yeah, that's where we came in. Hurry up, we need to find the key with the Mark of Neptune. Okay, this sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world. Man, it's like Seven and I don't even exist. Oh. Wait. I got excited for a thing I'd already opened. They've all been pretty obvious where the light bulbs have been. So, like, I swear it has to be this thing. I am gonna see where this light bulb is. And from point S. Okay, hold on. Did I really not look over here? An overview of photochemistry? I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay? Huh. Looks like there's a whole lot of space behind these books. Look, Junpei. I think there's something hidden behind the books. Okay. Did I really not look at this? Any other? No, I did. I did look here. Yeah. I just did not look right above it. This is the only place I didn't look. Damn. Well, it's okay. I do not feel bad about about looking that up at all. Because we would have been here for another like 20 minutes. Alright, so there are 3 lights in here. I'm going to change these bulbs. Now they should... Sheldrake 5. Awesome! It worked!
Way to go, Junpei. Good job, buddy.
There's something projecting on the bottom.
These letters, they seem familiar.
Sheldrake 5. Sheldrake. Junpei read the text out loud.
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay. Seven and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind. Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean. Junpei grinned. Yeah, Lotus told me about him. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He had a rather interesting theory. The theory of morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance. Really? From Lotus, huh? Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff. She did? Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
You did?
Why? Junpei's eyes narrowed. Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kinda sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay? Tell you what? Don't give me that. About the experiment. Snake's shoulders slumped, and he shook his head slowly. He'd finally given up. Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor. Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke. I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card. Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper. It looked a good deal like the one he'd shown everyone on the central staircase. So you had 2 cards? No, only 1. Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it. Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read. And that was... Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell and I activate your sister's detonator. Oh. Well, Snake nodded. Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too? I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth but not hers? Yeah, that does seem a little weird. To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently, she told you. That girl. What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the thing she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activator detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back. Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves. That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa's Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us. Why not? Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was. Snake paused and cocked his head as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him. Hey, Snake? Junpei wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him. Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment. Yeah. How much do you know? Junpei relayed to Snake everything Clover had told him. The morphogenetic field, and the experiments 9 years prior that had dealt with it. How the experiment had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship, and the other being a building in Nevada. And how they'd played the nonary game. He told him everything. And finally, he told him how a girl had died during the experiment. Oh, she told you all that, did she? Snake looked down, his face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei. At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine is who did this and why, right? Yes. Can you tell me what happened? Snake nodded slowly. The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceutical. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki. Have a good night, Name. Yeah, hope you enjoy it. Teruaki Kubota, Kage Chika Musashido. Oh shit, we actually get silhouettes. Dude, Ace looks like a mobster. What the hell? Hongo is the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division. Musashido was the majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash. So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he had heard these 4 names somewhere before. Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonary Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produce the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more people there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why? How? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind the morphogenetic fields. But that's just a theory. Can't bring yourself to believe it? Not really. Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial. So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field. Snake nodded. But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people. Right, that is what you were saying. Yes. So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field? I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1,000,000 people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far? Yeah. But let's say, hypothetically, that there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people. What would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do the handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do? Come on, there's no way. I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that, and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these? Junpei thought about it for a moment. So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right? Yes, close enough at least. Come on, that's just crazy. Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that's how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began. Snake suddenly looked very serious. Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gonsfeld experiment? Junpei nodded. Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? They put a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then they showed one of them a picture and asked the other one what they saw. Interesting, I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct. So why'd you bring up the Gonsfeld experiment? It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise, children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped. His face barely moved as he spoke. There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children in total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put in Group Q were the ones that excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada Desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. The members of Group A were placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard, until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by an epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through fields where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. Therefore, Hongo set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each puzzle before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. More specifically, he had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life or death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and the puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q.
Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you solve them, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink and your brothers and sisters will drown.
Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything, all of it identical. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts are facing by putting themselves in the same situation they attempted to solve the problems they knew the astronauts were experiencing. Once they had found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic in Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of Epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage. Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak.
Hey, Junpei, Snake, how much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already.
Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap. He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon. Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him. Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids? Why? Well, I thought it was only 16. Oh. Yes, that was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play an Onary game with any less, could you? Well, yeah, but... Are you saying that the news got it wrong? Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi. The sister's name was... Her name was... Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if what he is about to say brought him great pain. Her name was Akane. Ha. 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 That was the girl who died. Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry and his head felt light. He couldn't think straight. Everything was blank. Had Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? If she had, then who was June? No, that's impossible. It couldn't be true. Akane wasn't an uncommon name. If Snake had known her last name, then that would have been a different matter entirely. So they shared a name. There were many other people who did as well. It meant nothing. It was a different person. Of course it was. They couldn't be the same. It had to be. Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality. Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange. Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm. Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, alright? Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear. He couldn't bring himself to ask. He told himself he knew the answer already, but he couldn't bring himself to ask what the girl's last name had been. With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. So wait, is Snake's... There is Santa's name Aoi? Aoi Kuroshiki? Sheldrake, this is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to. But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Well, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. Guess we should press this button. Wait, there's 2 doors? What was that sound?
It sounded like something really big was moving.
It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. Yeah, those look like 2 doors. I'm gonna save. Oh, what the? Well, I bet you gotta type something on that keyboard. Yeah, but you can only enter letters. And it looks like you only enter 4 letters. Let's see how it works. Guess you need to hit the enter once you type in the letters. And you can erase what you typed was clear. Okay, I get the basic operations. Let's give it a shot. 13, 14, 10, 13. Shit. 10, 11 is A, 12 is B, so 13 is C. So C, D. Wait, if 10 is 0. No. Let me actually examine the things. Damn it, I just don't get this. What the hell's the point of these Roman... What is Snake doing? These Roman numerals, if you convert them to Arabic numerals, you'll have 13, 14, 10, and 13. True. But this keyboard only has letters, and we can only enter 4 letters. Then why don't you just convert the numbers to letters? Convert the numbers to letters? Yeah, that's what I thought. Ads are gonna run, so I'm gonna take a second to think about this. But I will see you back in 3 minutes. Hopefully, hopefully after this puzzle, the next escape room does not take another hour. The ads are dead. Also, I'm an idiot. I looked at my code for room 1 because that was 0 and 14 was E. So I was thinking it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and then A. No, it goes 9 and then A is 10. So A is 10, B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, E is 14, A is 10. Ah, I see. The classic off by 1 error. Yay! You did it, Junpei! Are you not alarmed by what the unlock was, Clover? It's unlocked now. Good job, Junpei.
Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good.
So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go, hurry up. Does it matter which door we take? Alright, let's get this thing open. I guess not. The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through it. But no sooner had they done so than the clang of metal on metal rang out behind them. They spun around. The door they'd just come through had slammed shut. Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength. Damn it! Looks like it locks automatically. Is there any other way out? Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked too. But there is a card reader, right? Yeah. Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open it and leave. Well, yeah, that might work, but... Hey, wait a minute. Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh man.
They took a second look at the room they'd found themselves in. This place is junked. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manners of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times. Junpei's heart fell. Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry. Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you'd prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. Alright then, let's begin. Hey, you took my catchphrase. At least this isn't 3 billion books. There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start.
Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we solved in other rooms.
If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles. He'd need to see his plan come to fruition. Oh yeah. Hey, Junpei, isn't this a nautical table? Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before. I mean, I definitely have. Look, Junpei, the rust on here looks like Elvis's face. Yeah. How exciting. Just a pile of junk. There's nothing useful here. There's a control panel in front of the big screen here. Wonder if any of these buttons do anything. Whoa! Something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them.
Let me see that. Ah, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on or off. You just gotta use that to make the all cells on the right and the bottom green.
Hey, Jinpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You want to take a look at it? Do you think this might have something to do with the puzzle? It's a piece of paper Clover gave me. There are a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Hehe. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, it looks like I just need to make all the cells all green. 0 equals 0. 6 equals 6. C equals 12. Bro, huh? Wait. C equals 12. D equals 13. Okay. So this one is probably... Wait, okay. I don't know what the point of the top thing is, but I know I can brute force this. I just need the right one in the upper corner to be on. Right? Yeah. Oh, man. Top screen is there if you want to math it out and then figure out how to put in the solution, but trial and error also works. Also, yeah, if 1 and 9 equal A, then that's 10, which means... Yeah, so you need 10 on the top row and all the way on the left column. And then the L's you need 21. it's so close. Trial and error rather than doing the math. Yeah, I feel that. Oh, this is so close. Brother. I know you can brute force it. Hmm. Do I just come back? Like, do I save this one for later? Okay, this will turn off. This will turn off that one. Okay, that's not right. Haha. You did it, Junpei. You're so smart. I am not smart, Clover. You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me.
Whoa, whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out.
A cross emblem. A metal plate shaped like a shield. There's a cross engraved on it. Oh, hello, Sarah. How are you? What is that squirrel emote? Hype shock. Alright, looks like this one's done. Well, that needs 4 shields. So I'll come back to that. This monitor is part of this machine. It's really dim, though. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it. Junpei, it looks like there's a compass on there. Ah, now I get it. What do you mean? I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I solved a puzzle like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here. The same thing? The important part is the nautical table we just found. I just have to match up the directions on the compass, the lines on the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm gonna use the wheel attached to the side here. Okay, then show me. Now! Of course. Oh no! That sucks. Is it like bad weather right there, right now? Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. This looks like it probably works the same way the steering wheel in the wheelhouse did. If I just touch the direction I want, it turns the compass will turn that direction. Then I just gotta press stop. Bet something will happen if I do it right. Alright, let's do this. Okay, so where the fuck is our starting point? It looks like from the middle there. So we go south. Now we go west. Then we go southeast. Then northeast. Then straight east. Then north. And then east. Nice. No, there's normal. I think ISP is being stupid. Ugh, that sucks.
Yay, you did it, Junpei. Good boy. Who's the good boy?
Ugh, knock it off.
Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the monitor. Just kind of slid open and something came out.
Oh, yeah.
I heard a noise too. You know that big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Like something unlocking, you know?
The noise, huh? We got the helm shield. Metal plate shaped like a shield, with a symbol that looks like a steering wheel engraved on it. Alright, well, I guess, shared something over here? Good boy, yikes, sounds like my chat.
This is a pretty impressive mess.
If we try and search every one of these, we're gonna be at it till the cows come home.
Well, that doesn't seem too bad. Won't have to go bring them in ourselves then.
Don't you get smart with me, kid. Ah.
How about we deal with this area later, okay, guys? Maybe we should try something more promising. Oh, that's weird. She said it sounded like something unlocked. Metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Oh, holy shit! That is pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. A coffin? A coffin? Oh man, does Seven think... Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am.
No way. Could this be?
I'm sorry, but what's going on?
It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it.
Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Man, I can't bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. I mean, this is Alice, isn't it? It's a metal plaque on the coffin. Snake's touching it. All eyes? Ah, the two machines. Holy shit. Man, this is serious. Oh, well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you could give me a hand.
Okay, I got it.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ha! No luck, it doesn't seem to be ready to open. I wish Sarah would muzzle me and I stopped functioning. Chat devolved further after that. Oh god. Why is chat being so down bad? Was this tonight? Or...
Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something.
Yes, I believe it's locked in some other way.
Hey, Seven, you think you could open it with your superhuman strength?
No.
What's wrong?
I think I'll just pass on this one, okay?
What the heck?
Very well, we'll just have to give up on the coffin for now. This was tonight? Oh gosh. Let's look around a little more, shall we? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge, beneath the navel of the Gigantic. Is that actually true? Yeah. We found her, chat. There's something written on these pieces of paper. Looks like we've got 3 sheets of the stuff. New material has been added. What did they say? What did they say? Wait, what? Oh, they're Morse code. Chat, silly. Oh, God. Really? I'm gonna take pictures of these so I can have it open while I'm doing whatever the Morse code part is. Give me a second. Okay. Oh man, it's already midnight. So probably not that yet. Ventilation fans. There are metal bars over the openings though. Can't go through them. Let's see what happens when I... Whoa! Well, now we got something on the screen at least. Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah. The dots on here look like dits from Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 on the second, 1 on the last. Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, maybe I ought to run through the instructions. If I just tap the button, it'll enter a dit. If I hold it down, it'll enter a da. I did not know that's what they were called. Dits and das? I can also switch through the code sheets I've got by touching the 3 icons over on the right. Oh. Okay, I didn't have to take pictures. Oh wait, now I don't remember the fucking image that was there. Hold on. Will it... It has 3 letters, it's got 3 lines, and I think each line is 1 letter. Yeah? Then perhaps the letters you need are made up of 2 symbols, 4 symbols, and 1 symbol, respectively. After all, isn't that what you just said? One line has 2 spaces, the next 4, and the last one only a single space. So in other words, I've got to enter either the dots or the dashes. A set of 2, then a set of 4, then just 1. Yes, so it would seem. No, I don't need the instructions. I need to see the thing it told me to type. I think it was all dits. So I'll just do 2 dits, 4 dits, 1 dit. Homie, what? Junpei, you already solved a puzzle on a device similar to this one, didn't you? Yeah. That puzzle was a lot easier, though. This one's pretty tough. I see. By the way, the answer for that puzzle... I heard A, L, and L. That would be all, correct? Yeah, it said all, and I had to make those letters green. What about it? Well, I thought perhaps that might be a hint. The solution to that puzzle was all. If that's so, what is the answer for this one? It's ice. Yes, sure. But how... how come it doesn't show me the image that it originally showed me? Like, this is kind of weird. I mean, ice is 2 dits. C... Oh, C was dash... Okay. And then E is just the 1 dot. I'm very upset that I did this wrong. Oh, I see. It seems you've solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machine made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Ah, yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right of the device after you solved the puzzle. It sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made that noise? Yeah, that's true. Ah, yes, one more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now. What? Got our casino emblem? Oh man, I'm not ready to meet a zombie. Alright, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Oh, holy shit, this is a coffin. There's gonna be something horrible in there, I just know it. Okay, okay, deep breaths. Here we go. Huh? Hmm?
Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, can't believe I was scared of something like that.
What do you mean, nobody? Were you expecting someone to be in here?
It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime.
Well, just like Seven said, there's nobody in here. There is something in here, though. Well, 2 somethings, actually. What is that? There are 2 things on the bottom of the coffin.
Looks like we got a plate with an emblem on it and...
The Neptune key! Yes, we finally found it. Now we can get through the hallway.
That's correct, Clover, but we do need to get out of this room first, you know.
Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible.
Sounds like binge talk. I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important though, so I'll keep it in my pocket. As far as the other thing goes, the coffin emblem. So we got helm, code, cross, and coffin. So what order do these bad boys go in? Let's just drop the emblem of the steering wheel in here. Whoa. Well, now we've got something on the monitors at least.
Whoa, what's that?
Looks like some kind of puzzle.
I wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue. To indicate this, touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to move to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all the balls except for the red ones which you cannot move. The digital root of the balls in an area must match the number for that area. That's it.
I still don't really get it. Whatever, like they say, practice makes perfect. Let's give it a shot. Don't you mean practice makes perfect? Hey, let's see you solve the next one, then you can make fun of me. Oh, so each of these shields has a game? Okay. 6 and 3. without using 9. I don't think 8 and 7 will ever go together. So that's a pretty good start. What about 6? So that's 14. That becomes 5. So then if we do... That's 19. That becomes 10. That becomes 1. So then if we do 2, that should be 3. And then this... Whoops. This is 11. This is 14. This is 15. So that becomes 6. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening. There's still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they are all filled. Doesn't that seem more likely? Alright. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Let's do these in the order we got them. Okay, let's put in the emblem of the cross.
Hey, Junpei, something just showed up on the screen.
This puzzle sure looks a lot like the last one.
Yeah, but there's more of those red balls you can't move.
The numbers for each area are different too.
It looks like it's got the same rules as the last one, though. You sure you don't want to double check that?
No, I'll be okay. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't that a picture's worth 1,000 words? Hey, shut it. At least I'm trying alright. Damn, Junpei. Oh, I can't use 1 or 9 anymore. So, again, I don't think 8 and 7 can ever go together. 7 plus 6 is 13. That means it's 4. So I could add 3 and it would be done. 8 and 4 is 12. 12 plus 5 is 17. 2 plus 17 is 19. 9 plus 1 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1.
That's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left now. You can do it.
I'm kinda somewhat good at maths. Okay, let's put in the emblem of the secret code.
Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same, though.
Don't you think you should double check it? Come on, this is the 3rd time I've done this. It'll be fine. So this, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Ugh, shut up. Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. Can't use 3. Need 7 and 7. Again, I'm pretty sure 8 and 7 never go together. If I give 8 6, then that becomes 14. So 2, that would be 17. Wait. 2, that would become 16. 16 becomes 7. And then 3 plus 4 is 11. 11 plus 5 is 16. Yep. Excellent work, Junpei. You've only got 1 left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Let's see what happens when I put the emblem of the coffin into the indentation.
This is the 4th one. This puzzle looks a lot like the last couple.
I think this is probably the last one.
Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright. I'll solve it in no time. Can't use 6. So this is really interesting. These are all the... 1 is Ace. 3 is Santa. 9 is the 9th man, and 6 is June. So all the people that are like pretty important, you can't use those numbers. So 8 and 9. Um, I feel like the trend continues. Wait a minute. Actually? This combination will not open the door? Wait, is this possible? Don't I need at least 3? Wait, hold on. Did I fuck this up? 9 plus 8 is 17. 1 plus 7 is 8. 4 and 5 equals 9. What the hell? Am I missing something? Um, 8 plus 4 is 12. 12 plus 5 is 17. Yeah, wait. No matter what, it has to be 3 and 2. What? Hold on. Damn it, I just don't get this at all. The rules are displayed on this screen. Maybe I should read it again. Screen's showing me the ball puzzle and the instructions for it. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue. To indicate this, touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause the ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all the balls except for the red ones which you cannot move. The digital root of the balls in an area must match the number for that area. Wait, yeah, this isn't doable then. There's not enough. Yeah, there's only 5. Wait. Okay. 8 plus 7 is... 8 plus 7 is 15. 15 plus 5 is 20. 24, 26? No. Yeah, that doesn't open the door. Wait, but it opens the other one. You don't need to go through both doors, you just need to go through one. Okay. I see. Huh? Where did that noise come from? Underneath a keyboard? Way to go, Junpei! You answered all the questions.
Damn, Junpei, good job.
Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe. A picture? In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men. Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. Ah, the 9th man was the scientist. He'd seen 3 of them before. On the right was a man with a mustache. The same man they'd found murdered in the captain's quarters. Oh shit, yeah, that's the captain. Oh, and that's guy X. No, I've seen all of these guys. He'd been wearing the Zero bracelet when they found him. Second from the left was a man wearing glasses and a doctor's coat. He was the ninth man, the one who'd worn bracelet number 9. He'd gone into door 5 alone and met an unpleasant end. Finally, the man on the very left, the man in the pinstripe suit. Oh man, that's Ace. Yeah, I guess it is. No doubt about it. Oh, 7 said that, whoops. 7 and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders. But what did it mean? What was Ace doing in the picture? Perhaps more importantly, why were the ninth man and the cap in it as well? As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested they were close, at least to some degree. But why? How? What was the relationship between these 4 men? Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts. You say Ace is in that picture? Yeah. It doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the ninth man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger. Oh, so the ninth man and the man you found murdered in the captor's quarters are also on the picture. Yeah. Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it. No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair. He looks smart, but a little cold. It's the only one I don't recognize. Snake knit his eyebrows. What's the date of the photograph? Doesn't have one. Did you look on the back? The back? Yes, the reverse, the other side. Junpei flipped the picture over. There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark. Praying for the success of the Nonary project, with Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. Nonary project. Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over. That meant that the 4 men in the picture had run the Nonary game 9 years ago. Only Hongo had not been mentioned on the back, which Junpei felt meant he had written those words himself. But what surprised Junpei was not this revelation, but the fact it felt like nothing. It felt nothing like a revelation. It felt obvious. That their true identities did not come as a surprise was that Junpei found most surprising. Why then? Why wasn't he surprised? Junpei had just discovered that Ace had run the Nonary project, but he felt no spark of excitement or surprise. Nothing. It was almost as if he'd already known. Ah, of course. I understand now. Junpei looked over at Snake in his own confusion. He had missed the dark look on the other man's face. Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo. Ace is Hongo? Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. It was as if someone had whispered into his head that, yes, of course Ace was Hongo. I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were familiar, too familiar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear that what would have happened if I did. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Huh? I didn't know that Ace was Hongo. Oh yes, I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada. But Hongo was in the Gigantic with us. I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me. I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that. Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei, you think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor. I look weird in this game. Wait, which one are you, Sarah? Oh, 7?
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
7 shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken to them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them. Hey, 7, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet.
His eyes were red and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido. Cradle Pharmaceutical. Nonary Project.
Then he stopped. 7 set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What? What's wrong?
Holy shit. This is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember.
Remember what?
Everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
7's voice was filled with excitement. Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
7 hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo. From the right, the other 3 are Musashido, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashido was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei, along with a pressing question. How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it. 7 rubbed the scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course. Me too. Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked to Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where 7's sudden recovery might take them.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days. Just give us a short version, alright?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on.
Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly. 7 was a lone wolf detective who valued his own code over the rules, doing what was right over doing what you were told. That was why, on that fateful day, he'd gone with his gut, and gone to the wharf at night on a slim lead. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been dark and cold and foreboding. At that time, he'd been investigating a spate of kidnappings, all of them children. They'd all had one thing in common, a history of visits to one particular hospital. The hospital had been under the management of Cradle Pharmaceutical, and 7's investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in these kidnappings. After a little persuasion, he'd managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle Pharmaceutical. They told him that night a ship was set to take the children from where they were being held to a large passenger liner docked offshore. Seven had, of course, gone to the wharf. Hidden in the shadows, he'd searched the harbor until at last he found the ship he was looking for. There were a number of human shapes moving near the ship. There were men in black suits. Many of them were carrying large bags. The bags, there's something about the way they moved as they were carried. There could be no mistake, there were human beings in those bags. He had moved before he even realized he was going to. Out of the shadows he came, his gun already in his hand. He heard the words, "Don't move," but they weren't his. He felt metal touch the back of his head. "Drop your gun," came the cold voice from behind him. "I could kill you right now. It would mean nothing at all. I need only tie an anchor to your feet, and I doubt anyone will see you for perhaps a week or so. Is that what you'd like? The fish here would be thankful for the meal." With the words, he felt the cold metal thing behind him press against his skull. That was a weird sentence. Slowly, Seven crouched down and laid his gun on the ground. Then suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A needle. Was it some sort of drug? "It was Soparil." As he was thinking about that, Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. He could feel the chill of it seeping into him.
Ugh, damn it. Shit, my head hurts.
Seven woke to find himself lying on a hard floor. He twisted his neck to peer around the room.
Where am I?
There was a small shabby bed and a dirty sink. A toilet with no stall or privacy of any sort. As a cop, it was a place Seven had seen all too often.
I'm in a cell, huh?
Opposite the toilet was a door set into the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled toward it. He gave the door a good shove, then another, then tried pulling it. I guess they're doing this in case you don't get the one ending where you learn this guy's backstory. It didn't open. Well, that was about what he'd expected. It wasn't likely that someone would put him in a cell only to leave it unlocked. He threw himself against the door a few times, but to no avail.
I knew it.
Seven grumbled to himself as he moved back toward the bed. He sat down. He sat there for a very long time. Just how long, he wasn't sure. At last, he began to nod off and had nearly fallen asleep when he was roused by a distant voice.
"There's over. It's 9.
The voice was far away, very far away. Seven couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, it was a voice, and a high one, most likely a child. His eyes shot open.
Her. 0. Ear. K. Ing.
As he listened, he could pick out several different distinct voices. There were at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? He looked around the room frantically. Perhaps the door? No, that wasn't it. Ow. Was it coming from the left? Was it coming from under the bed? He grabbed the bed and flipped it up with ease. There it was. There was a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been, covered with a metal grate. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything, it was too dark. Now that he'd found it, however, there could be no doubt this was the source of the voices. For a moment he was confused. Why were there children nearby? Then he remembered that the man from Cradle Pharmaceutical had told him how a ship would take the kidnapped children from the wharf to a waiting passenger liner out in the ocean. Was Seven on that passenger liner? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he find a way to the children. Seven looked at the metal grate. Could he fit through that hole? He stuck his fingers through the grate and grabbed hold of it.
Yeah, how do you like that, you son of a bitch?
The dark square sat open before him. Seven wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. The first section of the duct was small. Seven could do little more than wriggle along on his belly. After a time, however, it got a little larger, and even someone as large as Seven was able to crawl along on his hands and knees. He felt like he'd grown from an inchworm to an insect. Not much of an improvement, but it was better than nothing. Yeah, his smug face is pretty good. He'd begun to wonder where the duct would take him when there was a thunderous sound like a massive metal door slamming shut. Then he heard a voice. Warning! Warning! Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. The voice wasn't harsh, but something about the calm with which it spoke made it even more terrifying. Seven wasn't sure what it meant, but incinerator certainly didn't sound good. Then, almost as if to confirm his suspicions, he heard a chorus of young voices.
No! Help me!
Many of the voices were simply screaming in terror, mixing with one another to create a single horrifying howl.
Damn it!
What the hell is going on here?
Seven began to crawl along the duct as fast as his arms and legs would carry him. The noise he made was tremendous, but he was long past caring. Oh, did the girl die because she stayed behind so everybody else could get out of the incinerator door? That's fucked up. A few moments later, a metal door appeared on the left side of the duct. Seven could hear the screams of the children from the other side of it. This was it. He grabbed hold of the handle and threw the door open. The old metal gave way easily before his onslaught.
What the hell is this place?
The room he was looking out into had a dome for a ceiling and 9 equally sized walls. At the top of the dome was an upside-down funnel. It looked almost like a chimney. Then he looked down. There they were. The children he'd been looking for. They stared up at Seven, their cries silenced, for the moment, by surprise and fear. Whether they were scared of the room or him, Seven couldn't tell. It was certainly possible that they were frightened of both.
Not that I could blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless.
He permitted himself a short snort of a laugh, then turned to the children again.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys.
Not a single one of them moved. Except for one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform. Who the hell are you? As he spoke, he took a tentative step toward and gave Seven a suspicious look.
I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The moment the words were out of his mouth, he could see the children relax. How are you going to help us? The boy in the uniform asked.
Where's the exit?
Seven responded. There isn't one. The door we came in through won't open, and the door over there... He cut himself off, considered something, and then continued. Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're going to be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's going to start up soon. The voice spoke again. Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. They only had 15 minutes. Seven looked back down at the children. It was a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. There's no way he could pull the children up. That was when he had an idea.
Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What?
Where's he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
Seven did his best to smile what he felt was a reassuring smile.
Don't worry, alright, I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait there, got it?
He didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. He ran as fast as a man could run on his hands and knees. Before long, he was back in his cell. He was back where he had started, but he had a plan. There was something there that he needed. As soon as he was finished, he dove back into the duct and off toward the incinerator.
Sorry to keep you waiting, guys.
Leaning out of the door in the duct, Seven lowered the rope he'd brought to the floor of the incinerator. Back in the cell, he'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. Like Seven himself, it wasn't very attractive, but it got the job done.
Alright, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right.
Huh? Wait a sec. That was when he noticed.
There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go?
The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only person who can go through the numbered door...
Automatic incineration will take place in 5 minutes. The voice reverberated against the walls of the room.
Look, that can wait, alright, just...
Oh, look, that can wait, alright, just get us out of here.
Right.
Seven grabbed a hold of the rope. First up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was the girl with the red necktie, followed by a boy in a jacket who said he'd climb up on his own. The last up was the boy in the uniform. Like the boy in the jacket, he climbed up the rope himself. He'd looked scrawny from above, but his looks belied impressive... What? But his looks belied impressive strength. I've never seen belied. He scaled the rope quickly, but as he was almost to 7, they heard the sound of someone knocking. All eyes turned to the door. Cut into it was a thick square window. On the other side, they could see a furious face.
God damn it, what's going on in there? Why is this room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
Oh, that is a creepy face. The door opened, and a man stepped in, looking half mad with fury. Seven recognized his face. He'd seen him many times in photos during his investigation. The man's name was Gentaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. He roared like an animal and lunged for the rope.
Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform resumed his scramble up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
He was 15 feet away, 10. The moment he came within arm's reach, Seven grabbed the boy in the uniform. With a jerk, he tossed him into the duct behind him.
Grah! No!
Hongo had lost any semblance of control. His face no longer looked human. It was twisted into something terrifying, the visage of a devil or a ferocious monster. Seven quickly reeled in his rope, leaving a furious Hongo on the floor of the room, and crawled back into the duct.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment?
What
experiment?
Seven wondered. Automatic incineration will take place in 1 minute.
Hey, old man, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
It was the boy in the uniform. Seven tossed Hongo a taunting salute and pulled the door closed. There was no point to going back to Seven's cell, so they continued down the duct in another direction. After 30 feet or so, another duct met theirs, heading down. They nodded at one another, then turned and slid down the duct. A short time later, they crawled out of the duct to find themselves in a narrow hallway. There was a door on each side of it. The one on the left was a normal double door, but the one on the right was a familiar thick metal door with black and yellow stripes and a device next to it on the wall. On the door was a plate that read Incinerator. Then, that's where we are? Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what if he's still in there?
Yeah, that's not good.
Ugh. Fine, the other door. Go into the other door, hurry.
The children began to run, with Seven following close behind them. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase.
Run!
They didn't need to be told twice. Up and up and up they went. Their feet pounded against the steps and their arms churned the air. Round and round and round they went, like a human tornado. The stairway kept going. They'd passed a couple of rooms that looked to be dance halls when the boy in the uniform spoke. So, is that Snake? 'Cause, like, it looks like he has Junpei's hair. Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid sister. The girl with the red necktie. Akane, that was strange. Seven didn't remember seeing that name in the list of children who'd gone missing. Hey, Akane! He cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled. There was no response. Maybe we outran her. Suddenly, the boy in uniform stopped short. Seven stopped too, as did the boy in the jacket and the ponytailed girl. When did we do that? Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them. No, that's impossible. Sorry, Grandpa, you keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs. He turned to go.
Hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait!
The boy didn't even seem to hear him.
Fuck!
Seven spun around and yelled to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail.
I'm going after him. You two keep going, alright? You got it?
The girl nodded and began to run up the stairs. The boy, however, I'm going with you. Seven didn't have time to argue. Instead, he simply nodded and took off down the stairs. The boy in the jacket followed. They ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
The boy in the uniform couldn't hide his frustration. Oh, that was him. Help me! Somebody help me! It was a girl's voice. Akane! The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway that faced the incinerator. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed. Seven couldn't believe what he saw. Hongo had grabbed Akane by the arm and was doing his utmost to force her into the incinerator.
Come on, god damn it, move.
No, I don't want to. Let me go. Please, let go of me.
She'd planted her feet squarely on the floor and was doing her best to get away, but Hongo was much larger than she was. She wasn't going to win. Akane! The boy in the uniform shouted. He roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
You came back.
Ha, you're too late, idiot.
Hongo lifted Akane bodily from her feet and threw her, struggling, into the incinerator.
Ah!
Before Seven or the boy in the uniform could react, Hongo leapt through the door after her. They saw him land inside. And then the door slammed shut with the finality of a great steel guillotine. The three of them ran to the door. They pulled and strained, trying desperately to get it open.
Oh, fuck, it's no use. Goddamn thing won't move an inch.
The boy in the uniform cried out and began to slam his fists against the door. He hit it with such force, Seven feared his knuckles would shatter from the impact.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay? Help me!
Her voice was muffled by the door, but the sheer terror in it was unmistakable. What should I do?
I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door.
What? Warning, warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Are you fucking kidding me? Seven was at a loss. It's the same damn thing. Are you there? Connie's voice sounded close to tears.
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
If she could have seen the bloodless face of the boy in the uniform, his words would have seemed like little more than a sick joke. Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes.
Please, please help me. I'm really, really scared. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out, I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise. They could hear muffled sobs from the other side of the door. The boy in the uniform tightened his fists. His knuckles were a bloodless white. Seven could tell that he was holding back tears of his own.
That's fucked up.
It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited, but Seven didn't continue. What happened then? Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor.
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit, if I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head, but there was something Junpei had to know. Hey, are you sure?
Ah.
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl Akane really... Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something burning.
Even after the fire stopped, they couldn't move. Seven and the boy in the jacket simply stood where they were, frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed, falling to the floor in a jumble of limbs like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Fucking ads! Alright. Give me a few minutes. I have no more snoozes. The ads have been defeated. Man, if I knew... if I knew that there was this much dialogue left, I probably would have split this into another day. Or started earlier. But, alas, we're here. A few more minutes had passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform ran in, stumbling over his own feet. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed, still too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made Seven's lungs feel like they were on fire. The air shimmered with heat, and in the middle of the room, beneath the waves of heat, there it lay. The boy in the uniform walked toward it, his legs shaking violently. Seven couldn't see his face, but his body looked somehow empty. Finally, he reached it. The boy collapsed to his knees, his legs no longer able to support him. I can't scream. It's 1 a.m. Junpei felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer he feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure. Can I ask you one more thing?
What?
The girl, Akane, what was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay, please. Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. It was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, I was. You were correct, Detective. Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away he could hear Seven and Snake talking. Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on. You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot, I was in Nevada in the building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
Alright, let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again.
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes, I knew Aoi Kurashiki was her brother, but I didn't know he was Santa, at least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice was entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
A short time ago, Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. When she told me that, I had a feeling. Santa is Howie? Akane Kurashiki, Jun's brother? That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back. Still a lot we don't know. I mean, like, a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man, what kind of a detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack.
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right, murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was a murder too. So why did these murders take place? If Junpei is correct and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project. You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister? No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone. In fact, Junpei didn't think he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge, and had even begun to accept it. If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim is going to be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you. Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded. The next target will be Gentaro Hongo, the person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
There was a moment of silence. And then the room shook. From far away they heard the sudden rush of water.
Whoa, what the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. No, it's only 1 a.m. I'm gonna save, though. Just in case. Oh, time is up.
Shit.
Come on. We need to get out of here. How? In the drawer that had the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it. I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go. New material has been added to the file screen. Keycard 0. A keycard with a 0 in the middle of it. 0. 0. God damn it, Zero's just screwing with us, isn't he? There anything on the back? Nope. What was the new thing I got? Oh, it's just a picture. Okay.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Wait. So where the fuck is Alice? Alright, let's just swipe this card. Junpei, look! It's unlocked!
Yeah. Now we can go back to the library.
Hurry up, Junpei, we don't have time. Let's go.
Alright, let's go.
That escape room was so long because of the flashback. The puzzles themselves were not that long. The door opened and they stumbled into the library. The shaking had stopped, but they knew the danger hadn't passed. They ran across the hallway straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader. They slid the keycard through and the door rumbled open. Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran toward it. The key he put into the lock was the Neptune key. He turned it. The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque. It read Incinerator. So this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door. Yeah, right here. Junpei ran up to it. Pull that and the door should open. Got it. As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste. As soon as the door had opened, far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Then, suddenly, there before them were the four who they'd parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of door 9. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted. What had happened? Junpei ran toward June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down. What's wrong? Are you okay? Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her. Junpei, you came to get me. Of course I did. I made a promise. I'm so glad you're here. So glad. She mumbled the same words over and over weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking. Hey, what happened to you? I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though. Are you sure? Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me. She was looking toward Santa. Junpei turned to look as well. Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hid it somewhere.
Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched, and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Ace! He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead. When her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to desperately want to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical.
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace sneered.
You have me at a disadvantage. I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right? Junpei's voice was casual, or at least it was trying to be.
Huh. Another irritating insect. And how do you know that, huh?
Junpei couldn't say, he just knew. Another unexplainable mystery.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in the small indentation on the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner. It beeped, and he forced Lotus's hand onto it as well. Then at last, he reached into the pocket of his jacket. He pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the red. The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9. It had belonged to the first man to die, Kubota.
I believe I've won this game.
His smirk made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, something about the way he'd spoken. Did Ace not know who Zero was? Junpei's eyes flickered toward Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure if it wasn't either. What the hell did Santa have up his sleeve this time?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold to the lever of the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it.
What? What? Why isn't it opening?
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but at the last second he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red. He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? The digital root should be 9. It has to be 9. Then why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red. Seven chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace. Phew. That was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it.
Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat. 9 years ago? Ah, then you must be... Yeah, you finally figured it out. Dumbass.
Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face. Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused. Oh, right. You don't know yet. Alright, well, just go through them in order then. Start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. In the nonary game, the number 9 was dangerous. Whoever had the number bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. You could add 9 to any number and the digital route wouldn't change. In other words, the number 9 could do whatever they wanted. Ace had wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. He also wanted to have number 9 for himself, so that he could make use of its power. In fact, he later made use of it to murder Nijisaki. Even if his number had been different, Kubota presented a problem for Ace. Kubota had known Ace's past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. Before he told anyone, Ace had to silence him. But last and perhaps most disturbing, Ace had to use Kubota as a test. He wanted to know how serious this notary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? He convinced Kubota to break the rules so that he might see what happened. That was why you killed Kubota, but he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing part for the red, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Santa, or like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not. That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid. But his presence made you think,
Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? If he's keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him.
That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red, verified your own number, and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead.
Then you mean to say Snake is still alive?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-derision was frustrating, but Junpei kept his ambitions in check and continued. Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed you the pocket watch and you left the room. Ace had been in charge of the Nonary project. He would of course have known the solution to every puzzle. It followed then that he knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All Ace had to do was place the pocket watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, he was able to enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Next to him was an axe that fairly begged Ace to kill Musashido with it. He picked up the axe and swung it, burying the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took. Afterwards, Ace returned to the chart room as though nothing had happened. There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment? With no reason not to, Junpei had followed Ace to the wheelhouse. When they reached the wheelhouse, Ace slipped his hand into Junpei's vest. He pulled out a piece of paper, the piece of paper Junpei had used to cheat during the vote. But it wasn't the piece of paper that Ace was after. His true purpose had been to slip the pocket watch into Junpei's pocket. It wasn't a very good plan, had far too many flaws, and the wrong word of discovery could easily have toppled it. What had made Ace so desperate? That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out. Misashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it, but why?
Because of this.
Slowly Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper. Junpei took it and opened it. This was what it said. Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning then? Misashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in such the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left him with the truth. What energy he had left him with the truth, and he sagged on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet. But in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. Among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly. Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. I'm quite ashamed of myself. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating Ace, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa? Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? The hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Seven's face was sad as he spoke.
My memory came back, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh? Santa's smile was sarcastic, and something else.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the nonary games 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing. No, I guess there's two things he got wrong. Number one, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what? Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant. Like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say two things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys are playing the nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there, I saw.
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze. She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing.
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki?
Seven began to mumble to himself a strange series of words strung together, as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he was struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the sides of his head.
My head! My head! It feels like it's gonna pop!
He groaned and fell to his knees.
Seven? What the hell is going on?
I don't know. I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode.
From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured.
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomena. And what was that phenomena? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what the experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. Building Q had been built to replicate exactly the interior of the Gigantic. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q and the receivers were put on the Gigantic,
Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei. What is going? Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it? Well, the answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine a river that splits in two, like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into two branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backwards. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the 9th letter of the alphabet. But I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I'm less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? June? No, Akane? Where did you go? Santa? Wise Clover. Oh shit. Freeze! Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head. Get up! Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but... What's your plan, Santa? Where are you going? He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking? Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true. That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? The hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens. Damn. Well, it looks like the door isn't opening anytime soon. You mean we're trapped? So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now. No, you can't be serious. Oh, but he is. Sure, we gotta do something. Maybe we can still get out through the door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright, we can do this. I've just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open the door. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8 is 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. Is there any combination that'll work? Jinbei, can I borrow your pen and notebook? Sure, why not? I don't think I'm gonna need them. Ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Huh? Oh man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez.
The hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that.
Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. Two, 4, 5, 7. Shit.
Then there's no other way.
Lotus. Looks like she'd figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel. It's okay. Go on. Lotus?
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot.
Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did.
Without if you're not... Look, it'd be bad, alright?
For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence. Bad?
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Huh?
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, alright? End of story.
7? He's right, I'm not leaving you either. Me too. You don't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you? Ugh, you're all idiots. Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry. That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind. Huh? Why? I trust you remember what happened to Ace. I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess that he was attempting to do earlier at the Red. Oh, yeah. No.
What is this? Why? The digital root should be 9. It has to be 9. Then why isn't it opening?
Just to see, why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot?
Yes, that is what I said. You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital root was 9 then, I'm sure of it. You think maybe they changed the settings? Perhaps. Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get to that hole 7 popped out of 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at the door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness, was inside of him. Through the morphic field set, we were resonant, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him, and we became one, inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind 9 years in the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in two realities at once. One was the present, and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as two movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually, it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me. "Come on, over here!" That was my brother, Aoi. He was screaming. I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age. "Come on, hurry up!" We ran down a long straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. "I want to go home," she cried. "I want to go home." Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It had been 2 hours since the nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later we would call him Snake. "Hello, everyone. Yes, could you come over here for a moment?" He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down and we gathered around him. "I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday." As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers. "I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends." He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say. "Now don't ever forget. So long as you have that, we will always be connected. You understand?" When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time, it was the only one. But if there was only one door, that meant only 5 people could escape. What are we going to do? There aren't any other doors. We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already, warning, warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good. My brother Owie swallowed hard and answered, I think it means this room is gonna burn. Burn? The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn. No! Help me! Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened, and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy, I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective, and I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vent away from the incinerator and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Owie, Snake, and 7. The other children, the ones who'd gone through the door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized, oh no, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present? I knew I'd had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back, I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me, I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all the other areas of the ship, and hid in the shadows, and moments later I felt a run of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically. There it is! It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back towards the stairs, in freedom, the door to the incinerator opened, and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could. No, I don't want to go. Let go of me. Please, let me go. I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit. Do as I tell you.
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed, "Help me, somebody, help me!" Then suddenly, Akane! The door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake. Akane! He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo. You came back!
Oh, you're too late, idiot.
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. Ah! The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. The ads are probably gonna fucking run again. Give me another 3 minutes. I hope this is close to the end, though. Like, after this revelation.
Alright. Let's beat this game.
With a cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, the double doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with the 9. Akane! Akane! Are you okay? I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice. Help me! My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room. What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here. Where's Hongo? He went out the other door. What? Then it started again. Warning, warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Holy shit. Man, I knew what it was gonna say, but that is one hell of a creepy voice. I knew it. It's starting. Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck. Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that. And when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. What in God's name are you talking about? You aren't making any sense.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have the time to explain it right now. I promise I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
But...
Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn. What kind of an idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means. Well... God damn it. Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7. Figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because I looked for it 9 years ago. Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor, it's moving. What else can I say about it but... What the hell is that? What else could I say but... What is that? What the fuck? Why is it saying it twice? The floor opened and a machine rose. Oh, because we're saving Akane in the past, I guess? It looked like a computer. At least it kinda did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more took their place and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on this screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Gah, man, I wish that thing would just shut up. Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes. Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it? Hey, move. Hey, we're all tense, lady. That doesn't mean you just get to shove people around. Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. This is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it? Sure, just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Whoa. Huh, well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though? Is that Sudoku? I love Sudoku. I was playing Brain Age right before this. What is this?
What the hell?
It looks like some sort of puzzle. It's got a bunch of numbers scattered across by a 9 by 9 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 9. Do you think that if we solve this puzzle, the incinerator will stop? Yeah, well, we can hope, right? Alright, puzzle, how do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again. Automatic incineration will take place in 13 minutes. Shit, 13 minutes? Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I was stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice. Hey, what are you doing? It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face, a frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long had he had been watching me?
Aw, don't know what to do.
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really, but I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine. Ha 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 ha.
His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears. You're a terrible person. I hate you.
Oh my, how could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see, I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do all this again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you I'm a fair man. If you solve the puzzle, the verification function on the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red? Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red.
Ah, so you do remember. Right now, there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number?
I looked down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. I ran to the door with the 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel.
You really aren't one for listening, are you?
I hear Hongo's muffled voice from across the room.
I already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of a fool are you?
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't. I don't know how.
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't.
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful.
His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it. Automatic incineration will take place in 10 minutes. I was crying, great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the empty monitor. I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out. What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating, and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot, so hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed. Help me, Jumpy. Help me. Help me. Help me. Jumpy! 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 Please! Help me! Jumpy! Akane.
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane? Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me. And I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here? Akane! Akane! Can you hear me, Akane? Say something. Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit. Akane! Answer me! Akane! Jumpy? I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course, but I'd heard it so clearly. Like he was right there. Jumpy! I screamed as loud as I could. Immediately I heard him call back. Akane! Jumpy! That's her, she's there. Then that means... Akane, are you in an incinerator right now? Yes, I am. How did you know? Now I understand what Santa meant. Right, there's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane. I think I get it now. Automatic incineration will take place in 7 minutes. Jumpy, we don't have time. As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator. Got it. And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is... Zero is Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her no matter what. Automatic incineration will take place in 6 minutes. Jumpy! Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes. Okay? Okay. My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way. Hey, what are you... Just trust me, okay? Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now, let's have a look at this thing. Got numbers all over this grid. Now, if I'm looking at this right, I'm gonna need to fill in all the empty squares with other numbers from 1 to 9, but I can't use the same 2 numbers in any horizontal or vertical row. Same has to go for the 3x3 square with thick lines around them. Means I need to put different numbers in the horizontal and vertical rows as well as the 3x3 spaces. I think that's the rule here. I don't know if this is timed, so just in case it is, I'm gonna save. But it also looks pretty easy because like they filled out most of it for me. Alright, bring it on. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem. Oh shit, it's upside down? What the fuck? That's cool. 1, 2... So 3 and 6 are missing from this row? So that means this has to be 3. Or, wait, no. Yeah, this has to be 3, that has to be 6. The 1 goes here. Do I have 3s? Yeah, I have 3s. 4. So 4 is here. 2, 2, 2. Do I have 6s in all of them? I don't. That's fine. So 5, 8, 9 are in here. Can't do anything with... Oh, wait. Yeah, I can. 5 and 9 are there. So that means 8 goes here. Oh, right. I mean, it doesn't seem like I'm timed, so I'm not too worried about it. So the bottom row is a 1 and a 5, which means this is 1. That's 5. Got 5s there, so that means a 5 can only go here. 2. Of 8s, which means an 8 can only go here. Same thing, an 8 can only go here. With those 8s, that means this is an 8. And with those 8s, that means the middle right here is an 8. So all of my 8s are taken care of. 6 has to go here then. Got all my 6s there. Can't figure that 6 out yet. But I can for this. And then those means 6 has to go here. So what's that missing? 2. 1, 2, 3. It's missing 2 and 7. Well, 7's already in this box. So that means 2 and 7. With my 7s, I now know 7 goes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That means you're 9. Yeah, it's so that it keeps consistent that Junpei's perspective is the top screen, while Akane's is the bottom. That makes sense. I wonder how they do this in the remake of it, in the Nonary games. Because somebody was telling me that was only on one screen. So I wonder if it's like way different. 1, 2, 3. So this is missing 4 and 9. That means 4 goes there because 9 can't. Oh, cool. When you fill in each 6, you get a number. This is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 and 7. I still don't have hints to that yet, so I won't fill that in. 1, 2. This is missing 3 and 4. So 3 is here because 4 can't be. 4 is there, which means 1 goes here. And 3 goes here. It's an entirely different and arguably easier puzzle in the remake. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wait, do the pluses mean I'm wrong? I feel like I'm not wrong though, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, what's missing from here? This needs a 1 and a 3. 1 can't go here, so that's 3. That's 1. 2, 7. The pluses are part of the solution. Okay. 2, 7. 2 can't go here, so that's 7. That's 2. Oh! Wait, I'm stupid. There's a 2 in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 9. My bad. I'm fucking dumb. This is 9. That's 7. Because I mistook that as a 2. I may be a bit sleepy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9 are missing from this. I still don't have those hints. I'm not going to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is missing. 1, 2, 3 is missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is missing. Which means 7 is here. 2, 3, 4, 5 is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 9 are missing. Which means 9 is here, 5 is here. And in the final columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's fitting 6 is my last number for Akane's watch. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. 6, 11, 18, 27. Wait, 26? 2 plus 6 equals 8. How does that work? Yes, that's it. Akane, did you get it? Yes, I did. I solved it. Well, I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did. Now I just have to press enter.
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it.
Okay, I will. I hit the enter key. Emergency shutdown command has been acknowledged. Incineration system has been shut down. Jumpy.
What's wrong?
It worked. It worked. The incinerator shut down. It worked. Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but there was a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I'd had left disappeared and I collapsed to the floor. For a while I just lay there, laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst.
Oh, I can't quite believe I did that, but I'm so glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane. Akane, sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
What is this, a phone call? Oh, of course, that's fine. I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were the 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind.
Now, well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys. Junpei, are you?
Okay.
Ah, shut it. Right. Okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait.
Automatic incineration will take place in 90 seconds.
Huh? It doesn't sound like it's stopping. What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
It's because you have the solution. You have all the bracelets needed to escape.
Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again, and again, and again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Automatic incineration will take place in 60 seconds.
Wait, of course. That's what these numbers under the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Snake, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Then, door 9. No, that's it. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a key.
Holy shit, of course. Then we have just the right number into the red and...
Automatic incineration will take place in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get out the door! Run! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can trust me on this one, or we're all fucked. Alright, no time to explain. Just go! Quick! Verify your numbers on the red. Verify? Oh. What combination? All of us! We all need to verify. Why? You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it! Hurry, 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 hurry!
Automatic incineration will take place in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled. Oh, thank fucking Christ. No, no time to be happy. Time to go. Hurry. We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, 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 go. Come on, guys, move it. Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. Still gotta find the dead. Phew.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. I guess Snake probably can't see the sky, but he sure can feel the fresh air. I just want to take a nap. Akane! Akane! Akane, can you hear me? I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother. Akane. Owie. I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming and leapt into his arms. Oh, Owie. Akane. I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and I cried and I cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what had seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever. But I couldn't. The moment I'd passed through the door, my bracelet had begun the countdown to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped the scanner pin. That was it. Phew. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective who we'd call Seven in 9 years, and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
Alright, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Oh, that was Santa. Owie was right, it was time to get moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar Seven and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Up, 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 up. Man, these stairs go on forever. But if they can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Aw, is Seven talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it, why did it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. That's 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened. That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already. Huh? Why? Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2? 0 and 1. How about base 10? That goes from 0 to 9.
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
Then how about base 16? 0 to F? After 9 it starts at A and goes from there. You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10, base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, so on and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27? Base 27? Yeah. Well, the numerical digits are the same, so I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, H is 17, 19, K is 20, N is 23, P is 25. Yeah, and what comes after that? Q!
26.
And what does that mean? That wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q, a fucking lowercase q.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27. Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell in my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, legs. Can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run. Run like a bullet down a rifle barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally. Whew. Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together. You're almost there. Alright. I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes. We're finally here. Please do. Surely you look like a big heavy door. But you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open and you're gonna open now! I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Awie's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back... not only because my brother and I were back together again. I forgot that she's the bottom. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped were finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean, and then it was gone. It's over, Aoi whispered. Yeah, it was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. Yeah, if the gigantic sank, then aren't we in, building Q? Yes, finally, air. Gah. Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. Huh, I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait. No way. You gotta be shitting me. What?
It can't be.
This is...
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
Wow. Who would have thunk? The mock experiment building. Oh my god, this whole time we were in building Q. Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside of you. Just a little electronic chip like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures. Akane. Jumpy. Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Nice. We did it! Thank you for staying up so late with me, Storms. Man, I know that the experiment is supposed to be like a one-way conversation, I guess, like somebody telling someone else something. But the fact that Junpei is able to communicate back to her is really interesting. Also, because the fact that it's not that late for me. I'm a West Coaster. Oh, okay. It's also the fact that they're not siblings, and they were still able to do it. I mean, this definitely makes me want to play the other two games again. Now with added context. Are you okay? Oh, come on, this is nothing. Really? Yeah. You don't look okay. It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill looking down at the town as the sun slowly set. How does it look then? He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first. Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing. What does that even mean? Junpei grinned and ow, 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 ow. See, I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy. Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something. Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing is a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside of the building. Keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. Still can't believe we let her drive. Woohoo! This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around. And there's no speed limit. Hey, Clover, watch these bumps, alright? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, alright? Suck it up.
Why don't you drive, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license. Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat. Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and Six are in should be somewhere down the road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we? Sure thing. Oh, shit. God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. Man, I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. They're sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours after we'd run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them, furious. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could. Help me, officer, please. You have to come with me. The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big swelling lumps. Couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me? I asked him. He stuck his tongue out the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out. Yeah, I guess I coulda. Then why didn't you? I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up real good. Because of what they were doing to the kitty? Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders on our first semester, remember? Oh, you mean the bunnies? Yeah, the bunnies. He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the wind. They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. Then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbit. I couldn't forgive them for that, so Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get. Chris, they probably don't know any more than I do. Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could. He's still in the trunk, I assume. Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming with his mouth taped shut. Well, might as well have a little chat with the old man. His eyes just look empty, no emotion. It looks like he's just given up. Wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore. Hey, were you listening to us? Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth. Come on, I know you were. Answer me. Could at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought that if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes, if you want to put it simply. But if you're looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness.
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on. Alright, so what's your second question? You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, somebody's a little nosy.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gordain and Hallis.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature? Sounds like Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave. What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Soparil. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongo. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride. Here, this is for you. What is this? This is a For You doll. His name is Junpei. Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm toward me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit in his palm. Jumpy, are you sure it's a For You doll? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so. That means it's for you, right? Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll? What? That's... Oh man. Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right? Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then. Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden. You know, how after June we aren't gonna get to see each other too much. I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd, Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then? Okay. So I wanted to give this to you. You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie. Yeah, I head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this, it me, so we always together. Oh, Jumpy. If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are, so here, take. I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy. Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto June's tiny yarn body. Oh, Jumpy, I'll never forget you. I promise. Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words. I'll never forget you either. The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat bathed in a warm light of evening, just the two of us leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one the lights of the town began to flicker on. Still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic. But she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then how do I make sense of what 7 remembers? Snake makes sense. He's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But 7, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or wait, maybe that's not it at all. There is one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, 7? You looked satisfied. No, no way. He couldn't. Hey, look, over there. There's somebody next to the road. Huh?
What?
The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on that shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. It was Alice. The woman who did not exist. I can't snooze the ads, but I mean, we're pretty much done. So, whew. Once again, I really appreciate it. Yeah, this is a really cool game. I think it is kind of a shame that I didn't play it first, but I also didn't know it even existed when I played the sequel, so I still really enjoyed my time with Virtue's Last Reward and Zero Time Dilemma. But now with the added context of the first game, I think I definitely will try them again. Because there will probably be things that I missed the first time. So,
Oh, man.
it is late though. I am going to end stream. I am very, very, very... yeah. I'm happy we could get it done, even though it took 8 hours. Oh man, it would be so cool if it were exactly 9 hours. But let us sign off.